Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 12. Yes, episode 12 of deMars Radio. Hope you're all keeping well, guys. Let me know how the sound is so far for you. I'm still on my own here, so gotta take care of that sound myself with a little bit of your help. Do say hello when you pop in. I'd like to hear how yous are all keeping. Hope yous are all well. Hope yous are all keeping healthy. Hope yous aren't going mad with still this quarantine going ahead. But we have a brilliant show today. And I know I always say that, but I always mean it as well. It's a fantastic show once again with some brilliant guests. I'm just going to wait for a couple of yous to hop on in. I'm actually very surprised that I managed to start at 2 p.m. on the dot. I have no idea how I managed to do that. So I do thank anybody that does join me right on time. It's brilliant. Of course, with the live stuff, yeah, you do kind of wait around and see who can join you. So there's a little bit of a wait time at the start. So I'll let you all to kind of pile in there. 5 platforms as usual. It sounds a little better than it actually is. The biggest 2 platforms are Facebook and YouTube. So anybody on YouTube, how's it going, guys? I do stay in touch with all of the chats, especially YouTube. So we've got a couple on YouTube. So how's it going, guys? Thanks for tuning in with us there. And Facebook, of course, we've got a couple of yous. So yeah, just waiting for a couple of the regulars to come in before I introduce the show today. So yeah, we've got a really cool show. And we got some live performances as well. I'm going to play some local Irish music. And we're also doing our pick of the week. So we've chosen an album, and we do this now every week. We're choosing our favourite Irish album. We're going to do that segment today as well. There's Claire Nolan in the house. How are you doing, Claire? Good to see you. We got Jamie J. Carr as well. What's the story? Jamie is going to be our second guest today, so I'm really looking forward to chatting to Jamie. Yeah, do say hello when you pop in. There's Anna Kozak. Anna, how are you doing, love? Just checking if everything's okay here. On my end, everything seems to be good. Let me know if everything sounds alright. I think the levels seem to be quite good. So anybody that's just tuning in and doesn't know what's going on, this is it's a new thing for me. I've been doing this for about 5 weeks now, interviewing Irish influencers, artists, comedians, anybody that really wants to have a chat with me. And we keep it nice and casual. We play a bit of local Irish music in between, and we also get some live performances as well. And the best thing about this is you guys get to interact with us. So you can ask me a question. You can ask my guest a question. So please don't be shy. Do say hello when you pop in. We're not going to bite. And I'm not going to call you out on anything either. Don't worry. So even if I haven't chatted to you before, or I haven't chatted to you in a long time, do please say hello and touch base. This is also a great opportunity to sort of socialize a little bit. And of course, you know, it's a little bit harder for us to socialize lately. So this is your chance to blow off some steam. So James O'Donnell in the house. James, how are you doing, brother? Hope you're well. From Charles James and The Rise, and I'll be playing one of their tunes very shortly. We've also got Rebecca in the house. Hey dudes, on YouTube. Great. Yeah, YouTube is a great place to be. Sorry, Facebook, but YouTube is a little bit ahead of the game when it comes to quality. Plus, you can actually stream it on your TV, and you can go back to Facebook and browse, because I know it's a bit difficult to stay on a video, but people tend to stay longer on YouTube, which is a great find for any of you guys streaming as well. It's a great thing. We got Barry Shock in the house. Barry, how's it going? From The Makings. And yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit about The Makings very shortly as well. So I guess we have a couple of yous in the house. So welcome. How's it going, everybody? I'm Kozak deMars, and this is deMars Radio, home of the local Irish music, very fascinating guests, casual conversations, and that's the first time I've ever said that, home of the... I've heard that been said before on the radio, and I just thought I'd literally steal it there. It didn't work out too well. So I'd like to introduce, basically tell you exactly what's going on in the show today. So we've got Alexi and Michael, who are in a recently formed a rock duo called Fires. Some of you might know Alexi from Exo Promotions, which is a promotion company based in Dublin, and they do some great work for the local Irish scene. We've also got the awesome and amazing, hilarious comedian Jamie J. Carr on the show. He's going to join us second. We're going to chat to him a little bit and watch one of my favourite skits that he's done in the past. We've also got awesome singer-songwriter, Dublin-based Kevin Casey, who's literally 2 kilometres away from my house, I realise. So he could technically pop over and do a live show here if he wanted to. We've also got, last but not least, Serbian-Irish multi-instrumentalist Jolly Wob to close off the show, and we're going to get a live performance of him as well. So we've got a nice mix of casual chats, live performances, and a bit of local Irish music embedded in there, just for good measure. We also have our pick of the week, who are The Makings, and their album, which was released last year, Cognition, which is a really awesome album, and I only actually got around to listening to it recently by chance when I played one of their singles last week, and I was amazed, and I was a little bit hard on myself because I was like, how did I not listen to these guys or listen to that particular album sooner? It's been released for a few months now, but it was an amazing discovery. So we're going to talk about that album. Paul Archibald reviewed it for us already, so and I'm going to play 1 or 2 tracks from that album as well. But I'm going to start the show with a bit of music. So I'm not going to start with a playlist as I usually do. I'm going to play 2 tunes, and then I'm going to go straight to our first guest and going to see how this goes. I'm trying to move things around and see what works best for you guys. So I'd like to introduce the first bit of music we're playing today, and it's by a band called Lipton Village, and they're a Kildare and Dublin based 5-piece funk pop band, and they are part of a promotion company called Low Kill Productions. So we had Claire Nolan, who's the lead vocalist from that band. She was on the second show of this of deMars Radio, so we had a lovely chat with her, and they actually got some recent attention from Radio Nova, which is astounding, for their debut song No Offense. So fair play to you guys, well done on that. I'm sure that was quite a shock to them, as Claire messaged me. She wasn't expecting that, so well done, fantastic. And they have a great music video to it as well, so I'm going to play you that right now.
Didn't want another love song. Time to talk about what's going on. Have you seen the news today? Do you think it matters anyway? Do you think you know the truth? Do you think at all? Tell me, do you think? Yeah, do you think? Can you say you felt the change? Can you feel it all? Tell me, do you feel? Yeah, do you feel? Tell me, are you offended yet? Or have you been given that opinion yet? I could give you something else to talk about. Can't see how vivid the fake is. Can't hear how quiet the rage is. What's going on? If I told you 1,000 times how to tell from 1,000 lies, could you face it then? You choose to close your eyes, tell yourself that you are blind. Doesn't matter anyway. You choose to live in lies, and then you act surprised when you're exposed. Let's change the conversation instead of changing station. Come join the population. I can see, can you see, I can see. I say in desperation, this is the activation. No time for hesitations. I can see, you something else to talk about. Let's change the conversation instead of changing station. Come join the population. I can see, can you see, I can see. I say in desperation, this is the activation, no time for hesitations. I can see, can you see, I can see, through the trees.
Lipton Village, with No Offense, their debut single. Congratulations, guys, on that, by the way. And Claire Nolan, their lead vocalist, is in the house at the moment with us. So, yeah, fair play to you. Recently got a spotlight from Radio Nova. Absolutely wonderful. And a really, really enticing music video to go along with that song. So, well done. Barry J. Hughes in the house. Barry, how's it going, brother? Hope you're keeping well. Hope that Zoom is working out for you. We had a little bit of a Zoom, a technical Zoom thing yesterday, so hope it's all working out for you. We're going to play one of his tracks as well very shortly. So yeah, I'm going to play one more track, and this is by Charles James and the Rise. They're a Donegal based duo, and they feature Catherine Jennings and James O'Donnell. And James is in the house here with us as well. And he's actually a captain of I believe it's a cargo ship, if I'm not mistaken, which is absolutely fascinating. I've never met a captain before in the music industry. So a lot of these songs were born, as he says, on the ocean, which is fascinating. And they've been written in isolation and then brought to life. And then only after then shown to the world, shown to the land. So absolutely fantastic. I actually didn't know and didn't think about you writing your music while you're on your travels. So that's brilliant. I've seen them live many times. Fantastic. They're a duo. And I'm going to play their song Long Way From Here. And this song was released last year. I hope you guys enjoy.
Drifting onward
Okay, so that was Charles James and the Rise with their song Long Way From Here. And please welcome my first guest to the show. We've got Alexi in the bottom, and we've got Michael Murphy in the top. What's that? Top left? Top right? It's hard to know, I guess, which angle you're looking at. And they're both from a duo called Fires. Guys, how's it going? How are you keeping?
What is up?
Pretty good. Hello,
Hello,
everybody.
hello. So Alexi, you're in Hong Kong at the moment.
Damn right I am.
Okay. Okay, and Michael, you're in Ireland, yeah?
Yeah, I'm in Terranure.
Okay, fantastic stuff. So, first of all, guys, what are you doing in Hong Kong?
Uh, family emergency. And that's why I'm suddenly found myself in Hong Kong.
Okay, well,
But it's on a very positive note. It's great having been back in about 8 or 9 years, and it's awesome. It's hot.
that
It's
is
hot.
brilliant. That is brilliant. So 8 or 9 years you haven't been there.
I haven't been home in about 8 or 9 years, so it's
Wow.
yeah,
Wow.
about time.
About time. And what a time to be there. And I spoke to you briefly about it. You told me how it's doing over there. It seems to be doing quite well in light of the whole situation. But how are you guys keeping individually as musicians, as creatives? How's this time treating you? Are you able to get stuff done, or are you taking a break from music? Alexi, I guess I'll let you go first.
Yeah. Well, I think at the moment, me and Michael are just pushed on, just pushing the tracks, because we spent 3 years getting these songs together, writing, recording, writing a lot of shit. So yeah, I think I suppose we're a little bit kind of, and not, I wouldn't say tired, but we want to just focus on what we have, push it out there, and then when it's time to write, we'll get back into studio and just get cracking on it again, you know.
Mm. And who do you guys write equally, or does Michael? Michael, do you write a bit, and how does the creative process work between you two guys?
It kind of depends. I mean, we kind of both do stuff individually and then come together, and then I guess, I don't know, we sit in a room and argue for 4 hours, and then a song comes out of it. And that's like it sounds like a joke, but that kind of is how we operate. Like, we're both really strong-willed
I
about
mean,
what
it sounds
we
like
think.
it sounds like a band. It sounds like a pretty basic
Yeah,
band.
yeah, oh, absolutely. Like, we've been writing songs together for, God, what have we now? You know,
Before
6
Fires.
at least. Like, so we just kind of know how each other operate. But yeah, no, it's very kind of
Arguing is the best term.
yeah,
for
it's collaborative, but it's like, you know, we clash a lot, but we
Mm.
always end up with something good out of it. So it's kind of nice. But yeah, I think the best things that we've done has been when we've been like together in a room, you know, going, no, that was terrible, give me that, I'll do this, and this is better than what you just did, and I'm going, that's not better than what I just did. So it's kind of funny, you know.
But it's a good testament to what me and Michael do, because
Yeah.
there's we've worked with a lot of other musicians, or I like, me personally, booking bands and seeing how bands work.
Yeah.
Like it's a lot of walking on eggshells between each other, or around each other, actually. Sorry, by the way, this is my first English conversation in about 2 weeks.
You're doing great.
I've
That's amazing.
I don't
That
want
is
to.
amazing.
I don't want to digress, but like, yeah, I see like a lot of musicians kind of tiptoe around each other and not really give their real opinion on
Yeah.
something. So if I come into the studio, it's like, Michael, I got this riff, been working on it for ages. Here you go. And Michael will just go, that's awful.
Like, I think we both know what we're each capable of. So
That's
if he
it.
does
Yeah.
something and I go, no, that's, you know, you can do a better solo than that, or you can play a better riff than that, or, you know, you can play that better, I'm not afraid to say it to him. And it's the same with me. Like, you know,
Yeah.
I'll do a vocal take and he'll go, that is the worst thing you've ever
Like you,
sang.
you don't you need to hear the truth, because
Oh,
both
yeah.
of you
Yeah,
want
no, we
to
love that.
succeed, right? So it works really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
We're
no,
almost
no,
like
we
each
love it.
other's. Yeah, we're almost like each other's like producers
Yeah,
in a way. We
yeah,
just,
and
we
I mean,
literally just go.
like, it gets a bit tense, but like, you know, it kind of always works out, because we know we both want each other to be better than we are.
And you do? Is it just the duo you are doing now, or do you do other stuff? I know, Alexi, you're with Exo Promotions. You started that company up, right? With yourself,
Yeah.
right? It was yourself that started that up.
That's me.
That's you. It's all you.
That's me.
Did you do you have any other musical projects? Either of you right now? Let's say, because I know you had before you were in a couple, but in this moment in time.
I don't.
No.
Yeah, I do my own lo-fi music,
Oh, cool.
but
Yeah.
that's just throwing a few loops together and hoping it sounds okay.
Yeah.
Add a filter in, and then that's generally it, really.
And
But
it does. You
it's
should
nothing.
listen to it. It's great.
Yeah, lo-fi is really in now. Like it's really
Really
come back,
popular
right?
at the moment. Yeah, it's really popular. So like that's just me messing around. Really, it's nothing too serious, and I don't really push it in any way seriously enough.
Yeah.
Fires is kind of the
That's the main.
oh my god,
the
English
spearhead.
priority.
The priority,
Yeah.
great. And tell me,
Yeah.
like, so it's interesting because the first thing you open up with when you are describing fires, or when you're talking about it in your, let's say, in the about section, is that you specify, the 3-year writing. I don't know what words you used to describe that form of which adjective that process of writing. But how many songs did you manage to sort of come up with in that 3-year process that you enjoyed? I know you say you have a few kind of backed up, right? And you've released 2. So how many are we are we expecting an album anytime soon?
Michael, you
I mean, I suppose there's a couple of questions there. How many songs did we write and discard before we found some that we were happy with? And the answer to that is probably, I don't know, 50. Until
it was a lot of songs.
It just sort of clicked for us one day. I don't remember what the first one we wrote after it kind of clicked, but what we have at the minute is we have 6 kind of coming together on an EP that we'll kind of bring out once the singles come. So we wanted to kind of get the singles out a little bit. So like I don't know, each song is kind of different, which is kind of nice. And I think there was a big change between what kind of the first song was and the second song. So the first song, Forgotten Sons, we kind of saw it as this kind of bridged what we used to do and started to kind of move a little bit into what we kind of want to do now. And then I think Dream, the second single that came out on Monday, is kind of more where we are. So we've kind of progressed a little bit. And I mean, we kind of both come from like different places. So like I've always been like the punk guy, the metal guy. And Alex brings the musical knowledge and the theory and I'm like, I just want to play as fast as possible. Is that like, that's cool, right? And he's like, yeah, but we could put in a chord or 2. That would also be so we've kind of gone. And I mean, working with Alex has been kind of cool because his classical background in piano and like his lo-fi stuff that he does just brings all these other things, whereas I'm just like plug a guitar and turn it up as loud as possible and just hit it for a while. So it's been kind of cool. So yeah, we've got 6. I think they kind of do range in between. There's some of them that are kind of a little more laid back, and then there's a couple that are a little furious. So
awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Yeah,
there you go.
I've noticed that. Yeah. Sorry. Go
I
on,
also
Alex.
give Michael the worst chords to play ever.
Yeah.
Are they jazz chords? Are they or?
Yeah, he does the jazz chords. I basically just play bass with a guitar in my hand.
Okay.
That's pretty much it. Michael plays chords with just this finger, whereas then sometimes then I show him like a riff that I wrote and be like, oh, it'd be great if you played it, and it requires like all 5 fingers.
What is this?
2 hands like on this.
I might as well ask him to speak Cantonese. It's really funny.
Yeah. What genre can you like? Did you have an idea? It's more feel, right? Obviously, I mean, can you describe the genre like that you guys are playing or where you are moving towards? Or I don't always like describing bands as genres,
I mean, it's kind of weird. Like I think we kind of maintained the punkiness that I've always been, but we kind of brought in other things. I mean, Alex is a big pop fan. There's a lot of kind of pop stuff in there, and for us this was like kind of big catchy choruses. Like so like where I was coming from kind of a place of Rise Against and bands kind of like that, whereas I think Alex was more Ariana Grande. And those things kind of came together a little bit. I think it just dawned on me now. I think the song or the band that kind of we were listening to one day that just kind of clicked for us is an American band called Slaves. Not the UK slaves, the American slaves. Be very clear about that. And just kind of what they were doing with like punk, but like that kind of
with lots of synths as well.
The synths in there. There's a little bit of pop sensibility in there.
I do like a bit of that synth in there. You almost weren't expecting it in Dream. And then it
Neither was I.
Yeah, and it's lovely, and it comes in at the end. That lovely little I don't know how to describe that.
It's kind of like rain falling.
It's lovely.
Synthy.
Yeah.
And
Like
that,
a little, yeah.
really,
Stars, twinkling stars. Yeah.
it kind of modernizes. I don't know if it kind of gives it that sort of maybe like that almost 80s synth wavy. I don't know. Maybe that's wrong, but it does definitely it definitely triggers an emotion of sorts, you know, or some sort of nostalgia maybe. Or something.
I think I actually agree with that. I mean, I think the synths on that one were Alex, and I think the first time I heard that as well, especially that kind of coming in at the end, the twinkly thing, I felt the same. It's just there is something in there. I'm
looking forward.
Yeah.
Great tune, and it was only released last week, I think, wasn't it? It was
Monday,
Monday, yeah.
So it's Monday, and we played it on Wednesday. So where did you guys record that? How did you record that? How does I know you kind of mentioned like a little bit about who plays what, but do you want to go into that?
So we recorded it ourselves in a studio called Tsunami Studios, owned by Adam Wilson.
Awesome, yeah,
Adam.
great spot.
We know a big guy.
So we did it ourselves. Our friend Donald Bowens played drums, amazing drummer. Came in and played drums for us, and then we just spent probably a year, I guess, tracking guitars and taking things really slowly. And then our friend Connor McLaughlin mixed us. Connor from Sick Love, who released an EP yesterday, and it's amazing.
Unbelievable. Awesome, I have to check that out.
Oh, it's incredible. They're possibly the best one.
Please send me a link after. Can you
yeah, definitely.
Awesome.
Yeah,
100%.
They're amazing.
Cool.
And then Connor mixed it, did an amazing job. And James Darkin did the mastering for us, who again everybody just did such an amazing job. We'd like to think that it was because we did such a good recording job, but I think those people are just really.
But it really wasn't.
I mean, it's a team effort, isn't it? Ultimately, everybody has to be doing their part.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So
absolutely.
We had a lot of people who were really great. Like, and we had a lot of people come in and give us advice and listen to things at various points. Like, it does say that we recorded it ourselves, but I don't think we could have done it without pretty much everybody we know.
All the other guys.
Are you guys happy now
100%.
with your team now? It's great because you guys are a duo, and then you have like people that you can kind of work with now and rely on for the future, right? And you guys, sorry, and there was a question in there, but I guess I wanted to sort of even just skip that and just go to, you guys are planning a release of an EP, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about that as well? Like, are you including those two songs that you already have released, or? Okay.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's 6 tracks on it. There's technically 5 songs and then the intro track. But the intro track is all. See, originally I had the idea of an intro track. We should have like 1 minute intro and then go into it. Something very similar to. Yeah, something very similar to like maybe She Will or Caspian, because I really like post rock music. And then I got carried away, and it ended up being this 3-minute kind of. I don't want to put any spoilers in it, but it's
amazing. It's amazing. It's one of the coolest things I've ever heard.
I love hearing that. I'm really looking forward to it.
So that's kind of the intro. So that's technically 6 songs, but it really is just 5.
Yeah, 5 of them with me singing on.
Yeah. Then we have obviously Forgotten Son's Dream, and then we've got a few other songs that I won't name because I don't want to spoil anything.
Yeah, keep the secret.
But they're good. I think our favorite one is
really good.
My favorite one.
Yeah.
Is yet to come.
I do like that one as well. Yeah. This one.
Wait, did we just get a name there? Did we?
No.
No, you got a hint.
If anyone,
I'm gonna have to rewatch it. I missed
it. If anyone likes The Simpsons,
yeah,
they'll know what this means.
Dude, everyone likes The Simpsons.
Well, that means something.
That means something. Okay. This sound.
Okay. I know what you mean. Yeah, I know it. Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
And it's the hardest song we've ever written.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Everything about it was difficult.
Everything.
Oh, I'm really looking forward. Do we have a? Sorry, did you mention already? Do we have a sort of a time frame? ETA?
Do we have a time frame?
At the end of the year. Well, originally, like before this virus decided to ruin everything.
Yeah, there's a virus. I completely forgot about that.
Apparently so. Apparently this thing has ruined a lot of things, including our plans. So
yeah, very much so.
We were originally supposed to get a few singles out, find the band members together, and do like a little launch of the EP, which is called Close Eyes, Deep Breath, Run.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've seen that on your profile. Great.
Yeah. I mean, everything kind of got a bit messed up, and I mean, Like Alex being in
Hopefully
Hong
the end of
Kong
the
as
year.
well, you know, kind of had to mean we had to go from our plan B to our plan C because, you know, he's 9 hours ahead now, and we, you know, between like work and other things that we're both doing, we barely have time to kind of even chat to each other. I haven't seen his face in weeks. It's kind of nice to see him.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
know.
I haven't seen
yeah.
him in much longer
Yeah, I mean,
time.
we haven't been in
So
person. It's
long.
3 months nearly, but I haven't even seen him. I mean, we talk a bit, but I haven't seen him in a long time.
So,
it's like,
how long are you staying there, Al? Are you just chilling there for another while, or any plans yet?
I'll be here for another 3 weeks, but my flight from England to Dublin got cancelled
Okay.
twice, so it's questionable if when I'm back, but I will be back.
Great, awesome. No, that's awesome. I'm looking forward to hearing all these new tunes that you have lined up, guys. By the way, just in case like Facebook goes, we're having a little bit of a glitch now and then on Facebook. Do hop on YouTube. It's deMars Entertainment on YouTube. It's going nice and smooth there. And yeah, YouTube guys, let me know how it's going over there. If it's nice and if the feed is going well for you, just so I can transfer the Facebookians over to you. It's great. We're on 5 different platforms. One of them fails, we move on to the next one. The next one fails, you move down to the next one.
I have
So-
I have Twitch running here in the background, and it seems to be perfect.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm trying to get people onto Twitch as well. But no, that's awesome. I would love to play, because I played Dream already for the guys. Do you mind if I play? You guys chill while I play Forgotten Sons for the people.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much for having us. We appreciate
Awesome,
it.
guys. No, it's my pleasure. We'll have a quick chat to close off as well. So.
Did you look us in the eye when you left us here to die? We are not the ones you want, but we're all you have to fear. We will not let you keep us down again. We are not forgotten sons. We are lost and lonely souls. We were not sent here to save you. We are not forgotten sons. We will fight and we will die. On this hill you left us stand up. We won't let it end like this. In a blind tirade of fists. You have woken this in us, and we won't let you forget. We will not let you keep us down again. We are not forgotten sons. We are lost and lonely souls. We were not sent here to save you. We are not forgotten sons. We will fight and we will die. On this hill you left us stand up. It's not for you to save me. It's not for you to break me. It's not for you to save me. We are not forgotten sons. We are lost and lonely souls. We were not sent here to save you. We are not forgotten sons. We will fight and we will die. On this hill you left us stand up.
All right, so that was Forgotten Sons, and that's by Fires. And I'm joined by the 2 guys from Fires. I'm joined by Alexi and Michael. and we're having a little bit of a chit chat about. This is such a recent project. So how long is this project going now, guys?
Undercover.
Well, let's say out of cover. You know, because I guess Undercover it started 2017, right?
Yeah, out of cover.
Yeah.
It's been April. I think the beginning of April. I think April 9th was Forgotten Sons came out.
Yeah.
So it really hasn't been long at all, and like we have been in lockdown for literally that entire time. So it's, you know, we've put out the 2 singles, thinking, you know, here's kind of something to maybe lift a bit of spirits, hopefully during this time. Everybody's been really nice. I mean, it's been cool. It's been kind of really nice. Everybody's that's listened to it has said really, really nice things. You know, it's difficult. I think it's difficult for everybody right now. It's just like, you know, you think, oh, everybody's at home, so there's no, you know, better time to listen to music. But it's just, it hasn't really worked out that way. I mean, people, like, there's so much going on. There's, you know, everybody's struggling a lot, I think. So, you know, it's a difficult time. So we just kind of hope that we can get out of this as quick as we can, and we can just start hanging out and having a good time. But yeah, it hasn't been long, but you know, it's been positive. It's been really nice. I mean, I think Alex more than me is a very social kind of person. So I think, you know, we're kind of really missing, you know, face-to-face contact with people to actually go. You know.
I miss gigs.
Yeah, I bet you do. I think we all
As
do.
much.
Yeah.
Like, I'm very much the sort of person to, like, I go to a gig, I watch the gig, I go home. Whereas Alex is the kind of person that hangs around afterwards and play business cards.
Yeah, pretty much.
So are you guys dying to, like, I mean, are you guys obviously haven't gigged with Fires yet, so actually the question is how do you guys plan to perform that live, actually, as a duo, or would you bring in musicians, obviously?
I think this is a great time, Michael, to put out the word. We are looking for band members.
Yeah, we want band members.
Is this the first time you've mentioned this now?
Yeah.
Oh, so this is a deMars Radio exclusive.
This is an
announcement
exclusive just for you. Yeah.
All right, guys, use the
much.
we've got people watching. Go ahead, make your announcement there.
We are looking for a drummer, a good drummer, a drummer who can count to 4. We are looking for either a bass player or a guitar player that can play in drop B, C sharp standard, in a low tuning, and then I will drop in bass or guitar. So we're looking for 2 more people.
And what about the
and also,
the synth
also
or the
the
keys?
drummer? That's exactly what I was going to say. The drummer would have to be capable of playing to backing tracks, clicks, backing tracks. If you got all the SPD, that drum pad thingy, if you got that stuff, great. Yeah, deadly. And play to a laptop backing track and stuff like that. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, so
Awesome.
definitely a drummer, either a bass player or a guitar player.
So who recorded the drums for Forgotten Sons?
Our friend Donald Bones.
Great drummer.
Yeah,
he's an amazing
he tracked.
drummer. Wow.
Donald tracked on the entire EP in 12 hours.
Yeah.
Which
He's
is
amazing.
he's a beast, and we didn't think of any other drummer except for Donald, because he really understood what we were kind of going for.
He was amazing.
And he also, like, he listens to all the stuff that we listen to as well. Like Fight Star was like one of his favorite bands. So
yeah, he's a really, really good drummer.
Awesome.
He absolutely smashed it.
We got some people in the chat as well. We got Ross Downs, absolutely loving the track,
Hi,
by
Ross.
the way. And
Thank you, Ross.
Thank you.
Apparently he can do both. He can. Well, I don't know which both. Which both?
I
There's a
can
couple-
play bass and drums.
Yeah, at the same time. We
Same
got Jamie
time.
J. Carr, who really loved the chat. Sorry, he's loving the
Thank
chat
you.
and he's loving the music. He said, "I'm after punching me granddad on the head because this song is so
don't do
sick."
that.
Yeah, he already did it, but
Hope he's
yes,
okay.
He's hopefully
I hope he's alright.
but, they're really enjoying the music.
Thank you.
That is
Thank
a
you.
really good
We
track
appreciate that. We
as
appreciate
well.
that.
So they have one more track on Spotify, guys, called Dream.
Called Dream with our friend Andy Kavanagh. So Andy.
Yes. Oh yeah. Tell us a little bit about Andy Kavanagh. How his involvement was with that song. By the way, Alexa, you have some background noise. You've got some people there around you.
I do. Yeah, I'm gonna walk away from them.
No, just I was going to say you can bring them onto the show if you want.
Now you wouldn't understand, and apparently I never noticed this, but I've been told that Cantonese, the language, sounds like we're arguing all the time.
Yeah, it's an angry language.
So it's
It
like
does.
it's like German then in that way, right?
Yeah, very
Kind of,
similar.
yeah. I've never noticed it until my girlfriend Sarah told me, and then now I can't unnotice it all the
Yeah.
time. But back to the track.
Andy.
Mhm.
Andy, yeah, I was in a band called Jet Set Radio with Andy, and we were kind of this
Another amazing
electro.
Yeah.
We were ages and ages ago. We were like an electro pop band
With
And,
Kirsty as the lead singer.
with Kirsty
Yeah.
and Dave was on drums
So
as well.
okay, tell us the story about Andy, and then let's go back to that band for a sec, because that's an interesting,
Cool.
interesting.
So I've always admired Andy, his songwriting, every musical thing that he's done. I've been just the biggest fan of him. And
Yeah, we're the screamers in the front row when Andy does anything. Both of us.
yeah, absolutely.
Oh my god!
And absolutely, like at the time that me and Michael found the band, like Slaves and all the stuff that we really started to get into, all like the post-hardcore stuff, Andy started doing his own post-hardcore stuff as well, because he's a talented bastard. In Japan, in a band called Clarity, and me and Michael have just been in awe, and we wanted Andy to do a collaborative track with us.
Mhm.
And I just sent him the track. I was like, just
Yeah.
go.
Those
do it.
vocals were recorded in Japan.
And he recorded the vocals in Japan,
nice.
sent us the stems. And then I just remember the day that me and Michael sat down to listen to them, we were just like,
So Andy recorded the lead vocal for
yeah.
Dream.
Yeah, so the verse vocal. I think I have
Okay.
5 words in that song. I sing the chorus.
Oh, you're in the choruses, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
And for Forgotten Sons as well. Sorry to be jumping around, I know, but
No worries.
tell us about who's singing for Forgotten Sons.
That's me.
That's
Michael.
you. Awesome.
is me.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's great.
That's all me. I don't think you sing on that one at all, do you?
I do not sing on that one.
No, that's
because I
all me.
couldn't sing that
So-
high.
Yeah, it's a high one. Yeah, no, that one's all me.
So
And then-
you would need singers that you would need musicians as well that do backing vocals too. Yeah, in
That would be good. Yeah, it's not like
That would be ideal. Yeah.
that's not a requirement necessarily, but it would be nice.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We get a bit carried away with backing vocals.
Very
it's
much
nice.
so.
It's nice
Yeah,
to have,
there's-
definitely, but yeah, you can
Yeah,
probably
very
get
much.
carried away. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and
we
the
have-
stuff that like Andy is an amazing singer. Like he's like,
Mm.
it's the stuff he did there. I've been trying to kind of sing along with it, even as I've been listening to it over the last kind of 6 months or so, and like I can't even get near to what he's doing there. It's amazing. Yeah, his band Clarity, they released an EP. Was it 2 weeks ago? I can't remember,
yeah,
but it's
something like that.
another thing that's absolutely amazing. And
Oh,
people should do it.
dude,
It's
please,
incredible.
like, send me these 2 links that
Yeah,
you
well,
like.
well.
I really want to hear more. I've been uncovering some amazing music recently, and
Yeah.
there's just so much
way.
to listen to that it's just I'm missing out, and I'm afraid to miss out on, like, music.
Yeah.
I'm afraid.
Yeah,
it
I'll
scares me.
we'll send you Sick Love and we'll send you Clarity. They're
Please
both
do,
just
please do.
amazing.
And I'll even play them on the show. Like, I even would love to play them on the show. Like, I just want to play as much.
Absolutely. Yeah.
as possible.
Clarity are just on another level of musicianship.
It's ridiculous.
Something that me and Michael have been striving for.
Yeah.
So very excited.
Cool. Tell us, so Jet Set Radio as well. Tell us a little bit. So that's done now, and it's such a shame, right? It's finished, right? Obviously.
That's been dushed for years.
Dushed for years. Ah, it's such a shame.
Dushed for years. It's just I think at the time Dave was doing an Erasmus in the Netherlands, and I think he was studying law, so he had to go away, and Andy decided to up and leave to Japan. And then we did have plans to try and put together like an EP kind of separately where we all were, but it kind of just never happened. I still have the demo of that EP on my laptop, all them demo tracks, but they were, it was good. It was like I was only in the band for about 9 months, and
What did you play? Keys, was it?
no, I played guitar.
Mm.
Yeah, I replaced Cormac, and it was just the best fun in those 9 months. It
It was a lot of fun.
was lots of fun. It was great.
How many instruments
Huge fan.
do you guys play anyway? Like, what's your kind of
Well, none.
None.
No, I
That's
play.
us two collectively.
I play.
How many do you pretend to play then? Right.
I
Yeah.
play the guitar. That's the only one I'm managing in any way proficient at. I have dabbled in piano and clarinet and a few other bits and pieces, but never really went very well. And then over to the multi-instrumentalist here.
I played, except
So you
for
try to
drums,
start from like top. Which way should I order them?
except for drums on the EP, I pretty much did something everywhere. So I did the synths, I did guitar, I did lead guitar, I did backing vocals, the choir arrangement in one of the songs. Yeah.
Spoilers.
Spoilers. There's a 2-man choir. And yeah, so that's pretty much it. Yeah, so I played keys, bass, guitar, and did some vocals on the EP.
That's awesome. I'd say it's really handy to have you in the studio, of course, because do you guys do you,
I never said I was good at them.
okay? I'll have to talk to Adam about it. See,
Actually,
hear the real truth.
Funny enough, Michael would be the first one to say that I'm the worst person to record. I have to cut and change everything. I've got to, everything has to be done in sections.
I think it's a concentration problem.
It's very much a concentration problem.
Yeah, I guess everybody has their own sort of method to their madness, right? Or their own creative process, whether it's writing music to being in the studio. Plus, like you're saying, Alexi, I mean, you've been in the music industry for quite a long time, so you perhaps have an expectation of what you want to throw out there, right? So, like you were saying, you're being careful about what you're putting out. So that's a totally fair and understandable method, which I think is quite good.
Yeah, you've said it there. I didn't want to put out something that I wasn't going to be proud of, and like me and Michael were our own worst critics. That's why it took forever to get this out, because I wanted something that, like, the first release to be something where someone will listen and go, "Holy shit, that's good." It's and as a person who, like, on your side of things, who gets books a lot of bands, like I'm sure you do, like I do. And we get a lot of, like, first band releases, and you're kind of like, oh, it's fine, But I didn't really want, like, a mediocre start. We wanted to, like, hit the ground running, like, as hot as possible.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's pretty natural sort of place you've kind of come to. I guess it's pretty normal.
Like me and Michael have done our first releases so many times in other projects, where they've just kind of been mediocre, but this time we just went, no, let's get it done properly.
There's only so many times you can sort of face that mediocrity within oneself, and obviously we are our hardest critics, right? So what other people see is like, wow, that's fantastic. You will, no matter what anybody says, an artist or a creator will always have their own vision of what a song or what their creation is, so nobody can sort of turn that away, right?
I think the nice thing with these songs is I can still listen to them. Like, I'm not sick of them.
Yeah,
I still,
good.
if like even there while it was playing on your show, I was still like, yeah, okay. And normally by the time something comes to a point of, been working on it for a year or 2 years, I just never want to hear it or play it or think about it ever again. But I don't know, these songs still kind of hold. I think we kind of captured something really nice. Between
there's something in every song where me and Michael go, yeah, like at the end of Forgotten Sons, that halftime bit, when we listened to it the first time, we were like, fuck, this is deadly. And every time we still listen to it, we're like, fuck yeah, man, that halftime.
Yeah. No, it's really, really well done. Really, really well done. So it is sometimes worth, just to sort of be meticulous with your creation and release it piece by piece. There's never a rush as well, so once it's out there, it's hard to pull it back, right? So you can't return it, so it's already out there.
It took us 3 years, and then the minute we were ready after all that time, there was a pandemic. Like, you can't script that. We were like, we are ready, and then, like, literally the following day it was, do not leave your houses for any reason. We were like, oh, okay, cool, thanks, that's great.
Oh, that's crazy.
Shit.
All right, so don't know what to do now. It was funny, like, we did, like, so all the photos and stuff that we've been sharing, the stuff that we did with our friend Cormac, we literally did that, I think, the night before the lockdown rules came into effect, because we were just like, okay, hold on, we need to get this done. And we were in Dublin City, so we're in and around the
James's
House and around there, and like the town was empty about half 9, 10 o'clock on a Friday night.
Good for a photo shoot.
Yeah,
very good for a photo shoot, but like, even then, there was just like this eeriness over Dublin. It was crazy. Like, we hadn't even gotten into the stay-at-home stuff yet. We kind of got it done before, but it was still, so we did. That was like literally the last night that you could go out without being questioned about your movements or whatever. So, that was kind of crazy.
Yeah, and it was great. It was
fun.
Like, such a good idea to to go get it done because there's no one around. No one will be in the background taking the piss, you know.
Otherwise, it just would have been cropped selfies of us just going from home, you know. It wouldn't have worked. So yeah, it was nice, but like, yeah, I mean, you can't plan for any of that stuff, so we're just kind of, you know, making it up as we go along now.
Yeah, I guess now you have to kind of take each day as it comes. It's hard to plan ahead and stuff, but you guys have stuff in the pipeline, which is amazing. Guys, it's been a pleasure chatting. Which is,
Absolutely, man.
Is there anything you'd like to close off with? Anything you'd like to share with our viewers? I guess we'll mention Dream and stuff like that.
For me, just thank you to everybody who's listened, and thank you to everybody who's really liked it and shared it. You know, we just want more people to hear it because it does mean an awful lot to us, and we kind of hope that it, you know, can mean something to somebody else as well. And so that is it for me, really, is just to thank you and just keep listening.
Cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And please follow us on all our socials. It is We Are Fires on everything, pretty much. Well, everything being Facebook and Instagram.
We Are Fires Music.
We Are Fires Music on Facebook, yeah.
Absolutely.
And everywhere else.
And then when you listen to the song, just hit that little heart on Spotify. That means a lot. And follow us as well. That would be fantastic.
Awesome. I've already done that. So you guys at home, do click that heart and follow Fires. We Are Fires Music on social medias. Michael, pleasure to meet you. Alexi, great to see you again, guys. Have a wonderful quarantine.
You too, man. Talk soon.
Oh, I will, yeah.
See you later, guys. Bye-bye.
See you later.
Okay, the awesome Fires. Alexi and Michael joined us just there. That was our first guest. Yeah, absolutely awesome duo. I really suggest you guys to check them out. They have 2 wonderful singles out on Spotify. Their recent being Dream, and we just listened to Forgotten Sons today. So yeah, fantastic band. They're going to be releasing an EP very shortly too. So do follow them on social media to get those updates. So before I introduce my next guest, I'd like to play a song by the wonderful singer-songwriter Barry J. Hughes. He is a Monaghan-based singer-songwriter, and he creates a blend of mystical acoustic folk, sonic texture, and a unique indie rock edge. He also does a lot of covers, and wonderful covers, and he does a couple of live shows as well per week. I think Sunday is at 6:30 is one of his live shows. And by the way, if you do want to find a list of live shows per week by musicians, you can go to Online Gig Hub, which is a group on Facebook, and it shows you all the gigs, and that should be updated once a week. So yeah, he released an EP, Just Be Honest With Yourself, just last year in December, and he'll actually be on our show this Wednesday as well. He'll play a couple of tunes. He also worked with Greg Clifford and Ian Brennan, and he did the Back to Basics tour. So we had Greg Clifford already on the show, and we had Ian Brennan as well. So we talked a little bit about the Back to Basics tour as well, which is a really awesome, an awesome documentary about the 3 lads that went around Ireland and gigged, which was really cool. It's a really nice insight. So yeah, I'm going to leave you guys with Honest by Barry J. Hughes.
See you, man. Nice to... Johnny, good to see you, man. Nice to see you, man. Sleep tight now. Sleep tight now. Sleep tight now. Don't let me wake you. Dream well now. Just let it take you. It's getting late. We've got to reevaluate. just where we are, and where do we go from here? Smile for me, because it's all I want, yeah. And won't you talk talk to me now, even under your breath, yeah. It's just a shame that we're not on the same page, because I'm on the shelf where all the paperbacks lay. Why can't we be as one like planned? You said you loved me, why'd you do that? Just be honest with yourself. Just be honest with yourself. Just be honest with yourself. Be honest with yourself. Sleep tight now. Don't let me wake you.
That was Honest by the awesome Barry J. Hughes, and he will be joining me this Wednesday for a live performance, and you can catch Barry as well. What day is it? Today is Saturday. You can catch him tomorrow evening as well, playing a live set through his page, Barry J. Hughes. Highly recommend to check him out. So yeah, I'd like to introduce my second guest today. It's local comedian Jamie J. Carr, who is a absolutely hilarious guy. He does some fantastic videos on YouTube, Facebook. He studied media communications at Coláiste Dúlaig as well, and he was on Near FM on a show called The Buzz with Jamie J. Carr. I'm not sure if he still does it or however, but I know he has started doing podcasts recently as well. He does some great interviews with people, and he's done some really cool kind of social interviews as well before the quarantine. So I'm a huge fan of his work. So please welcome my second guest. Okay, let's get the sound going. We just need to unmute you, and we're ready to go. How's it going, brother?
Kozak deMars. He has the coolest name in the whole world.
Dude, you have the coolest name, man. You've got like 3 names in yours. It's brilliant.
His name is Kozak Mars.
How are you keeping,
And
brother?
it's such a cool name. What's up, Matt?
We both of us have 3 things in our name. Jamie J. Carr, Kozak deMars.
Is
that
yours
great?
is your name real? Because mine's
No,
fake.
no, mine's fake, man. Mine's fake.
Nice.
No, I thought yours was real.
Kozak deMars. Oh my god.
I should have you at the start of the show, like introducing the show and stuff like that.
I'll do it
That'd be
every
great.
time. I'll do it live. I'll just pop in for 30 seconds and just go, Kozak deMars. His name makes you want to have sex with other people. Oh, yeah.
Jeez, I didn't know that. That would be interesting if that actually was the truth.
It is the truth. Anytime, like, someone said, do you want to be on Kozak deMars podcast? And I was instantly aroused. And I didn't even know it at the time. I was just like, so aroused right now. And they were like, yeah, it's the syllables, man. They do it to you.
It's
Them
the
3 syllables.
man. It's all about those syllables, brother.
Oh, yes. How are you getting on? I'm loving the show.
good.
You've had some great guests on. The 2 drummer lads there in the band
Yeah.
that play music with class.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, the show's great. No, I just love the variety, man. I love bringing on like mix of musicians, comedians, and like influencers, people that are like putting positivity into the air, man. You know, positivity into the community. I think it's super important, and I think what you do as well is super important as well with your videos, with your comedy, with your interaction with people. I think it's great. So when I used to follow your stuff. Not that I don't anymore. We'll see. But it was actually the social kind of conversations that you had, and I know there was a lot of comedy embedded into it, but like it was like, you know, what's your favorite north side or south side, that kind of stuff. And I thought it was really good, man. The way you were able to just kind of treat everybody equally, and your approach to it was really good. So
Thanks very much, man. Yeah, I've been grinding on the streets for years now with them type of videos. And how did I come across doing them videos? In college, I just seen someone doing one of them on the street videos, and I was like, I could do that and add a bit of, you know, my uniqueness to it in a way. And it took me a while to get comfortable on the streets making videos. But after a while, it just became like a formula, you know. I just went out to the street. I kind of seen the people on the street as numbers in a way, because the worst thing about them street videos is like, out of every 20 people you ask, one person will stop, you know. So it can be quite tough going and degrading, being rejected all the time, you know.
That's it, actually, yeah, because you never think about that, because all you're seeing is the ones that are going to interact with you, of course. So we don't see the behind the scenes.
Mostly it's just get the fuck out of here. I'm not doing the podcast. I'm not doing the. I'm not talking on camera. Or then some people come up to you and they're about to talk to you because they see the microphone. They're like, yeah, I'll do it, no bother. And then they look and go, oh Jesus, there's a camera there. I'm not doing that. But there's some. I think you get the most characters in Dublin. Like, it's just, Dublin is a mad place full of mad characters, and
Yeah.
you know, what I like about doing them videos. Sorry, I'm going on a tangent.
No, I love it. Keep
What I
going.
like about doing them videos is, you know, a lot of media places kind of filter people down to look a certain way, whereas I kind of let everybody have a voice, you know. Whether I don't care who am I to judge. I'm just a chap on the street with a YouTube channel and a Facebook page talking to people. So I think that's what separated when I was whacking them videos out. What separated them videos to like mainstream media was that I was just giving everybody a voice, whether they cursed, whether they were, you know, had addictions, whether they did this or that. I didn't judge. I just let them say what they wanted to say.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's great. Maybe that's why I was kind of drawn to you a bit in that way, because there's no filters or anything, and I do enjoy that as well, even within this show. Because obviously I'm just new to it, you know, and but I do enjoy the natural-esque sort of vibe of people just expressing themselves however they want to, however they feel. Let them talk, because there is too much censorship in the world right now, and I definitely don't want to be part of it.
There is, you know, and especially like, you know, with Dublin and Ireland, it's obviously we try to paint a picture of joy and love and everyone's sound, and we'll buy you pints to get tourists over. But like, we all know that if you go into the city centre, it's a jungle, like, you know, full of all different types of wonderfully crazy people. And you know, I enjoy that element of Dublin. You know,
Yeah, me too. Me
I
too.
embrace it.
Mm.
Like obviously you're gonna have some bad elements too, but mainly it's just people being people, and you know, I love it.
What got you? Because you studied what media communication. So it was kind of. Did you follow kind of like a journalistic sort of point of view? Is that something that interested you?
Well, I think I'm a jack of all trades at the minute. I still haven't chosen one avenue what to do. You know, I'm kind of like a bit like yourself. I'm only starting with the podcast that I'm doing. I'm doing.
It's going
comedy.
great. It's going great for
Thank
us.
you. I don't want any. I just want to just have chats with people. You know,
Mm.
and I don't really have any plans behind it. It's just more get people on, have a chat for an hour, and talk a bit of crap and enjoy ourselves. But yeah, I did a mixed media course in Colosh to do like that was like, you know, they teach you a little bit of sound, a little bit of interview techniques, a little bit of documentary making, a little bit of film making. So I think that it's kind of led on to me being still not knowing where I am, because I like all elements of media at the minute. I like filmmaking, I like being in front of camera, I like being behind camera, I like talking shite, you know, I like streaming. So we'll pick one day and we'll get there, but we'll
It's
get there.
hard. It's hard to choose one thing, man. I think, especially if you are kind of, maybe that's your personality. Like you just like to have multiple projects going. That's like me though. I don't know. I'm just maybe
Yeah,
not the
but I
same.
don't know if it's beneficial to me. You know what I mean?
Depends on your aspirations, right? Like what kind of stuff are you aspiring to? Are you aspiring for like greatness, for kind of success in certain ways
Yeah,
with
yeah.
regard
I
to career?
just, you know, I just want to be creative, and I want to make stuff that nobody else is making. You know, and I want to try and be as true to me and unique to me as I can be, whilst also either evoking some sort of emotion in other people, whether that be through the medium of documentary making, film making, podcasts, even just streaming, playing a game. I don't know yet, but we'll get there. I've made some documentaries too. I really enjoy that, you know, professional element of it, and I've been in marketing as well. So look, I have me toes dipped in a few different ponds at the minute, and I just have to pick which pond is the warmest. I'm talking absolute shite.
No, I like that because people usually say pies, so I'm glad you were using possibly a created, which actually I guess shows your creativity, right? Which is really, because you always hear
I'm
the
just
same
looking
stuff.
for the warmest pond.
Yeah.
I just want to go swimming.
You're just looking out out the window, aren't you? Just going, I want to be out there. I don't want to be doing this indoors.
Yeah, man. Look, I'm enjoying it at the minute, though. I'm enjoying just being
that's most
creative
important.
in whatever capacity it is. And yeah, I'm enjoying it. Look at and what will be. I'll choose one avenue eventually and go down that road. But for now, I'm enjoying kind of experimenting with a few different things.
Yeah. Do you
sounds-
have like no, it's great. No, it is actually, and I totally get it, you know, and I think a lot of people get that as well. Especially like people in their 20s. Like I'm 30 now, I'm going 31, right? But my 20s were just such a mix of different things. Like my core was kind of music, maybe like comedy was your core, or you had something that was kind of true to your heart. But like trying to express that, there's so many different options you can sort of do it in, right? You can do it in sketches, you can do it in movies, you can do it in, but perhaps as well that yearning to interact with people as well kind of combines.
Yeah, I
So
love that. Look,
too.
no matter what avenue I go down, I'll still do things like the interviews on the streets and podcasts and stuff like that. That will always be an element that I enjoy. I love interacting with people. So that's never gonna change. But yeah, I think I need to choose one though professionally and go for that. What do you think of Marty here? Look at him.
Yeah,
See
he's
him?
looking well. Did you?
looking great.
Is that just a picture? Is that through Zoom? Is it? You're just
No,
doing like
he's actually behind me now.
actually-
He's in there. Yeah, I told him not to move. Don't move, Marty.
He's making faces behind your back, man.
You better not, because I thought he did that the last podcast. Marty, I mean, you stay there now. He's mad. He just keeps mad. Yeah, he
I love
wanted
his
to-
tash though. He's got a really thick tash going. It's a bit. I'm a bit jealous because like I've got my quarantine sort of facial hair
Oh, it's
going.
a
It's
sexy
not-
tash. Look at his pose, though. Look at that.
Yeah,
Look at that. You know.
Yeah,
Look at that.
it's beautiful.
Come on.
Yeah.
But going back to.
We don't have to. We can keep talking about.
No, but I
Marty.
have a point. I think it's because everything's becoming so accessible now. You can easily make a documentary now. Well, not easily, but it's a lot easier than it was, 20 or 10 years ago even. You can easily make a podcast now, or you can easily you know, buy a decent enough camera that can make a movie. So
Yeah.
I think everything's kind of tantalizing at the moment. You know, it's like, oh, I could kind of do that if I put a bit of effort. So yeah, that's just another point.
And how much time per day, like do you have like a routine that sort of gets you like get these projects? Because if you're doing a lot of stuff, like I know it, it's hard to routine everything because your brain is just like, I want to do all these things at once and there's not enough time, my computer's not fast enough to render this shit, come on, hurry up. Like your brain's faster than your computer and it's frustrating. How do you manage that?
Yeah, I think, look, if I'm doing a professional thing and I'm collaborating with people, like while I was making a documentary last year called Boy to Woman, it was a documentary about a man turning into a woman physically, you know. She was already a woman mentally. And for that, like, you know, there was a tight schedule and we'd meet up 2 or 3 times a week and do some pre-production, and then the filming obviously was scheduled, and then after that. But kind of at the minute now, I'm just kind of doing things when I feel like it, you know, especially with this. I know it has to get brought up every time there you're having a chat with somebody with the COVID stuff that's happening. It's kind of like everything's kind of on pause, so it's kind of even making me more just, you know, laid back and kind of doing things when I should, which is not great. I should have some more structure. But if I'm collaborating with somebody else and it's a serious project, then I'm structured, and it'd be whatever day time. But at the minute, it's kind of just like I'll get a guest for my podcast, do that, or you know, I'm making a documentary for Sir Steve Altamati, who we had on the podcast. You had him on the podcast, didn't you? Sir
Yeah,
Steve
2 weeks ago, I think.
Yeah, I'm making a documentary for him on Saturday, so I'll be there on Friday and Saturday, and then obviously, well, I'll have to edit that, so I'll be doing that every day. So at the minute, to answer your question, no, I don't really have any structure at the minute. But I would say if anybody's watching, like, you should have a structure. Don't fucking...
No, you don't have to guide people or anything. You're grand.
Yeah.
But I mean, no, I know what you mean. Like, yeah, I suppose when you're working with somebody else, there's a bigger responsibility. But right now, it's kind of like, it's, you have to kind of, I would expect people to be a bit more kind of on the casual side and sort of like being kinder to themselves, like, for in whatever form whatever that means, like, you know, because there is a lot of shit going on outside. No matter how much we try to focus away from it. I don't know if it has a subconscious effect on us, you know.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, it's kind of like there's an energy. I don't know. Like, I'm not like fucking Joe Rogan tapping into energies or anything like that, but there is always like a societal energy that you can feel, and I feel like the societal energy or community energy that's kind of in the air at the minute is kind of just like, if it was an expression, it'd be kind of like this expression where it's just like
just utter shock.
You know, you're just laying back in the chair and you're just like,
yeah, stiff as a plank. I mean,
but then again, people are doing great stuff in this during this isolation. Like, you know, I set up the podcast that I'm doing. I've had some wonderful chats. You're doing your little podcast, and lots of creative people are pure whacking different things out at the minute, you know, and coming up with new ideas that they mightn't have had time to do while they were in a full-time job, or if they got laid off, or they're temporarily out of their job or not working as much through COVID. So there are good things to this as well. People are being creative. Obviously, it's horrific that people are dying, and it's horrible, and please God, may it end soon. But I think, you know, there is a lot of potential to come up with new ideas and take that day that you were going to take and write that comedy sketch or that short film that you had on your mind for ages, or that music video that you wanted to get done and storyboard it. So I think a lot of creative people are thriving at the minute in the isolation, because they're being forced to isolate. And as you know, as a fellow creative, like, if we get bored very easily, we have to do something, you know, to keep our mind from going insane. So I think a lot of people you're going to see a lot of projects and original stuff that in the next couple of years, because of this isolation all over the world. I think whether it be through the medium of art, and I say art in an umbrella sense of music and film and documentary and loads of more unique projects that you're going to see from this isolation. Definitely.
I agree with you, man. Yeah, and I think as well, on top of that, it's actually beautiful how much artists, or sorry, okay, there's a few things actually. How people that never thought that they were artistic, or were afraid to approach it, or afraid to do stuff, or too busy with their humdrum life, to actually do a project, do painting or do some comedy or do that thing, to actually try it now. It feels like there's a lot of more braveness kind of comes out in these hard times, doesn't it? It makes people a bit tougher skinned, perhaps even.
Yeah, and I think it brings back to earth, like, people, how finite our time here is on this planet.
That's probably
like,
it, actually.
and people just kind of, they're sitting in their houses, and like, I always think like that. It's kind of a curse. I'm always well, it's a curse and a gift. I always think about how short of a life we have here, on this little planet for a tiny amount of time in a massive eternity. So I think a lot of people are probably sitting at home doing a lot of thinking, and they're like, oh, this could all end, anytime. So I should probably make that song I was gonna do, and if people don't like it, who gives a fuck? Because we're all gonna be dead forever at some stage anyway.
Yeah, I think that's
in a positive way.
Just to add that little bit in the end there, just in case someone's not feeling great today, that's just gonna make you feel a little bit better or worse. I love it. No, you're right. You're right.
It's the truth, though,
it is
man,
the truth. We need to hear the truth, man. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, I definitely felt that. I got a little bit of a shock at the start of this. I think a lot of people might have. Everybody has different emotions towards these kind of situations. Some of them curl up even for a bit, even if it's temporary or whatever, and hide or whatever from it. And then some people actually push themselves out more and push against it even more. So whatever that means, is in put themselves out there more, or however. So people react to these kind of situations. It's great. It's interesting to understand the psychological and sociological sort of behaviors of people and different types of people within a situation that the world has really never seen. The modern world has never seen. The modern technological age has never seen. Will it ever see it again? It's fascinating. It's so fascinating. And that's why I love speaking to so many different people about this topic and touching on it if it comes around. I love how we actually got around to talk about this, because sometimes I don't get the chance to, at least once a week somebody will touch on it. But it's fascinating stuff. I
think people are a lot stronger than they think as well, mentally. Like, I know I have friends of mine, I'm sure you do, that are like, oh, the gym is closed. I need the gym every day, or I need to do, I won't be able to cope without work. But then people adapt to these different situations. That's the great thing about human nature is we're actually awesome at adapting, whether we like it or not. If we're forced into a situation, you can find different ways to keep your mind going. And, if there are people at home struggling, I would recommend trying that new project that you wanted to do, or getting into trying to learn a new skill that you always wanted to do, and maybe you will enjoy it more than you think. You know what I mean? Especially because you can kind of relax a bit and go, well, I'm being forced into doing it because of the situation. But yeah, I like these deep chats as well, man. I could talk for hours about deep shit like this.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough people maybe to talk about it. I don't know. I mean, you meet so many people, and you yourself as well, like, being kind of interacting with so many people. It's nice to sort of pull back away from the sort of casual chats, which are fantastic. The sort of I don't want to sound pretentious or anything. I do like having chats with any sort of anything. I love to cover anything. Everything fascinates me anyway. I'm a curious person, but it's always nice to kind of go in a little bit deeper and delve into sort of those kind of topics too, especially during this time, because I guess, I don't know, I'm kind of observing a lot more. I don't know about yourself, like, but I'm looking around a lot more, even at myself, like how my own brain's thinking, my own perception of myself as a person. Like, what kind of keywords is my brain say about me and stuff like that. And I've kind of been working on myself. Have you like been sort of getting some sort of revelation over it?
I have been, man. See, I'm similar age to yourself, so I'm pushing 30 now in November, and I'm kind of like sitting here going, right, I've done me kind of, as we were talking about, I'm experimenting in all different types of fields. It's like, right, come on, Jamie, you're hitting 30 here. Let's get this going. Like, you said you always wanted to be successful. You want to make people laugh. You want to, entertain and do certain things. It's like, you're not going to have forever to do that. So let's get it going. So yeah, I've been doing a lot of that. And then I'm kind of thinking, why do I want to do that as well? Internalizing, why do I not want to just, get a job that pays like consistently, or, so I've been been doing a lot of self-thinking as well, which I don't think is a bad thing. And if anything, it's kind of made me more motivated to succeed, you know, yourself, Kozak. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think a lot of people have been introspective throughout this, which isn't always a bad thing.
No, I don't think.
As,
I think it's
Marty,
very healthy.
Marty's been sitting here just he's in deep meditation now. He's just behind me. You think that's a picture that's not a
He's
photo.
staring into my soul, man.
Yeah, well, he gets like that around this time. It's 3:00 now, isn't it? Just past 3, 20 past 3. So he gets in that stage where this is his peak time. So you would think he just looks like a photograph, but he's deep in meditation. He's thinking about how he can make Winning Street better. They're thinking about changing. They're thinking about changing it though from a wheel to putting a toad into a box, and the toad has to, whatever segment the toad lands in, it's the prize amount that you win.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He told me that the other day, but he's gonna work on that, you know. So
he's very quiet now. Like he's very quiet about it. I guess he's and
I look the way he can hold his whole head with just his fingers.
Yeah, he's just there, like.
He's doing it the last 2 hours, and you know I'm not going to disturb him too much. But
no, we leave.
I'll get him to give you a ring after the show when he comes out of meditation to say hello.
We'll have a little chat afterwards for sure.
Yeah,
What's the? I should have a fucking mascot or something like. I'm kind of thinking maybe I should like.
Well, Marty, I have a contract with Marty, so I've paid him. You know, you can't take him from me. I've paid him about 30 grand to do this every time I go live.
Not bad.
So, yeah. Maybe you could get I don't know, Gary Lineker, or I don't know, just the first.
I'm gonna buzz him. I'm gonna buzz him after this and see what happens. Yeah. What's the Irish, like? What's the comedy? I've only literally got into the comedy scene recently here. You know, as a musician, I'm an event sort of promoter. I've done a couple of. I've run into sort of some comedic nights that I'll in Shinay downstairs or Whelan's upstairs. They do the Cherry. I'm gonna say it wrong, shit. But
Cherry Comedy Night or whatever.
Yes, yeah, which is great and it's lovely. But what's your perception of it? And I want to ask you another question after this as well on this topic.
In what sense? Like, in what sense?
Is there a way to sort of rise through like the sort of comedic world on a sort of live perspective? Let's say like I didn't expect.
Yeah, well,
sorry.
No, you're okay. See, I don't do a lot of stand-up comedy. I did stand-up comedy like when I was starting out, and it's something that I want to pursue a lot. But I do kind of comedy through videos at the moment because I haven't got the balls at the minute to do stand-up. You would think that I'm quite outgoing, which I am. But stand-up comedy scares me a lot. I've done 2 or 3 gigs. They went okay, but it kind of took a lot out of me. But then again, you know, I was 21 when I was doing stand-up comedy. I only did 3 or 4 gigs. It's something I want to get back into. But I would say with the likes of social media now, it's just do whatever you want. If you have an original idea, take some time, write it out and record it, put it up on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram. If you get a few likes, you know, work on the next video and how you can make that better, storyboard, script it, stuff like that. I think if anybody's interested in doing comedy, I think now is the perfect time to do it because you don't need to be approved by a television station anymore. If you save up 300 or 400 quid, you can hire a cameraman and a sound guy and an editor who will do it for you, you know. So I think now is such an exciting opportunity, and I think that's why you're going to see a lot more comedians and funny people bursting through the seams because it's more accessible and easier to do than ever, you know. So it's exciting for me as well in terms of comedy and comedy sketches, what I can produce over the next 2 or 3 years now, with the experience I have of failing a lot of the time as well, to see what I can do. And thankfully I'm in a position now where I know a lot of camera people, I know a lot of funny people. It's not really that hard for me to cast people in the sketch if I want to. So I'm excited to do that, and I would encourage anybody to do it. And if anybody is interested in making comedy sketches or, you know, going out and doing street interviews, don't say to yourself, oh my God, there's loads, like 10 or 20 really popular people on Facebook or YouTube already doing it. Just do it because there's enough to go around for everybody, you know, and there's an audience there for everybody. And look, you're not just going to go viral overnight, you know, or get popular overnight. Just it takes a while, so don't get deflated if you make something that is shit. Just move on to the next one.
Persistence is key, isn't it? It's just like repetition, learning from your mistakes, seeing your mistakes as sort of like not really a mistake, right? It's a lesson, right? Some people say.
Yeah, I think also accepting if something doesn't do well, like, because look, I'm doing this a while now and I'm not where I want to be at the minute. I want to be in a much better position than I am right now, but I enjoy the process and I accept when I make a video that maybe gets 10 likes and then, you know, the week before I made a video that gets 700 likes and 300 shares and people are calling me a genius, and you have to take that stuff with a pinch of salt as well, you know, the compliments as well.
You can't rest on your laurels, because then if you don't get it the next week afterwards, it's like a game of fucking table tennis, isn't it? It's back and forth.
Fickle. And it's so fickle, but you can't pay attention to it too much, you know. Even in what you're doing, if 1 week you get loads of viewers on your radio show or your stream, and then next week you don't, there is always that element of some people are enjoying it anyway, you know. So I think the less power we give to the numbers, the more numbers we can get, I think, you know, and that's something I'm working on as well. Like, I don't want to just create content that I know people will click on because it's relevant. I kind of want to make content that's unique to me, whether it's, I don't know. Yeah.
and it's realistic. It's your real expression. It's like, you're not pretending like you're acting at times, right? But it's true to you, is what I'm trying to say. You're not trying to be somebody else. You're being Jamie J. Carr. It's your pure essence, whatever that means exactly.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to do that. Yeah. I'm trying to do that. It's a process that I'm working on. You know, I'm trying to be as me as possible, while also, you know, obviously hamming it up a lot. You know, I don't wear sunglasses all the time. I'll take these off after this podcast, but I just throw them on, add a bit of a weird element to the podcast. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's character. I'll tell Marty Whelan to leave after the podcast is over. He's not going to sit around and have dinner with the kids. You know,
you're not going to make love to him after this, no?
I might. He is looking particularly.
I was a bit jealous, like, you know.
Yeah, I might. I'm liking them trousers. It's
the cacks are beautiful, man.
Don't know what's under there. It's kind of arousing. I'm a straight man, but you know, it's the unknowingness of it.
Same. No, I'm a straight man too, but I like it still. Like, you know, it's hard to say no sometimes. You know,
and that you know, he is good at handling that wheel on winning streaks. So I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
I love it. It's great. No, I wasn't expecting.
I'm trying to get Marty Whelan on the podcast.
Are you actually?
I did it. I did a thing on Twitter. You know, it was kind of a satirical thing, taking the piss out of, you know, when people say 50 retweets and I'll eat my own ass, or, you know, 25 retweets and I'll box me neighbor. Well, they don't really say that, but they you know? So I kind of did it satirically, and I put that exact picture of Marty in the background on Twitter, and I said, if this tweet gets 100 retweets, Marty Whelan will come on my podcast. Now, I got 100 retweets, right? But Marty Whelan has no idea.
Oh, really? Did you not tag him or anything?
No, there is no contract, or there's no verbal agreement.
What do you have to do? You have to dress somebody
up. I don't know where I go next now with this, because it's got 100 retweets, and the people are expecting Marty. So I'm going to have to try and email, I don't know, Lyric FM or whatever he's on, and kind of screenshot to them, and if that doesn't work, maybe we'll get deMars on
with
as a wig and a tash, and we'll just say, we'll have to make it known that it isn't Marty Whelan, so we don't get sued. But we'll just do a quick thing where we go, this isn't really Marty Whelan, and we go, Marty, how are you?
We'll do a disclaimer, or like yeah.
It's like when you, what you call that, dig yourself into the mud. Is that the expression? Or what's that called when you keep on putting yourself in a worse situation?
Dig your own grave, is it?
No. Yeah, I don't know, but
it is. Digging anyway.
Yeah, but I've
digging your own hole,
digging your hole in Australia.
Yeah.
You know?
yeah.
With this, but we'll see what happens.
No, it's great. I do you know Vitas? You know that meme, the Russian guy that sings.
Is that the fella that goes?
Yeah. So I messaged him on Facebook, and their manager got back to me and said, sorry, Vitas doesn't speak English, because I wanted to interview him. And then
that would have been beast.
And then I said, oh shit, that's a shame, no worries, thanks for getting back. And then he said, but if you're looking for a we're looking for a tour manager to help us tour Europe. And I was like, okay, that's
What the
weird
hell?
that they actually said, I'm just a randomer. But I said, like, you know, I'm representing, you know, deMars Entertainment, so that sounds a little bit fancy. So like, that's
Go
the
for it,
trick.
man. Say yes. Take
That's the trick. No, I said, would you like to have a Zoom chat on Thursday, which was Thursday gone. And I also said I have a Russian translator, by the way.
Nice.
Which I don't, but like I will get one, obviously. Like,
And have you got on to them? What happened on Thursday?
I wrote back to them. They didn't get back to me. So
Feck.
yeah. But amazing though, like that somebody got, like, it's just amazing just reaching out like that. You know, the Paul Bear, the coffin meme dancer.
Now, I haven't seen the podcast, but I told a few people that I was coming on this podcast, and they've said that they were like, you won't believe who he had on his podcast. And they were telling me, how did that happen?
It was just like literally Twitter. I just contacted Twitter. The guy just wrote back saying, like, contact me on WhatsApp on this. I rang him straight away and was just like, hey, what's up? Same sitch, you know, Kozak I was like Dave Kozak from deMars Entertainment, and needed to sound a little bit professional, you know. And he was having none of it. He was just like, show me your, you know, we just need to see which, because we've got like 80 interviews lined up, you know, naturally.
Oh my God.
And they were like, but we're picking them in order of like how much, you know, followers each. And I was like, oh, this is gonna go nowhere because I've got like fucking 70 subs on YouTube. I've got, you know, 700 likes on deMars Entertainment, blah blah blah.
Don't mind the numbers, Kozak. Don't mind the numbers.
I know, and I didn't mind. Like, obviously, you know, I'll still go for anything. I don't mind, you know. But I was like, how do I portray this, you know? And I was like, well, we're based in Ireland, and we focused on live shows, and now we've moved on to podcasts, you know, hence the low numbers. And you know, we were in touch with Irish influencers. We had, you know, 5, you know, and I mentioned Steve-O Timothy, you know, his following range and stuff. He's like, ooh, influencers, no way. And then and that's where his eyes lit up. And then he was talking to me for 10 minutes, like going, oh yeah, no way. And he was the one chatting to me. So I don't know what happened. It was just very random.
But maybe he was the lucky one being able to talk to Kozak deMars, you know.
Possibly.
Life is all about perspective, man. Don't give people too much power, because then you'll give yourself less power. We're all on an even playing field here.
That's great advice, man. That is actually true, you know, 100%.
We're all on an even playing field here. Like, yeah, but the same goes if you do have that attitude. It's crazy who you can talk to and who you can become friends with. Like, I was an idol of Ken Doherty for years. You know, growing up now, I know he's not the Conor McGregor of this generation, but to me, when I was a kid, he was the Conor McGregor or the Cristiano Ronaldo. And I just reached out to him, and he came on my podcast for an hour long and chatted to me, and I love that chap, you know, and I send him little DMs now the odd time, say good night to him sometimes at night time. I just say good night, Ken. But yeah, man.
No, it's great. It is.
I'm sure that's only the start of you'll be talking to me next year a bit, and after interviewing Bono and, you know, Donald Trump. It's all there.
It's same as yourself. Like, that's the thing. Like, we there's no. You're right. There's no limit. Like, there shouldn't be a limit. There shouldn't be a kind of a barrier to entry between people, no matter how many following they have. Now is a good time to contact people because they're working less, you know, and they're not in their comfort zone. And so this is a great time to run a podcast, in my opinion, you know. And that's why it made sense to me to contact like the most random of people, just like you're doing, not holding back, not having a picture in my head going, oh no, they're going to say, the worst thing they can say is no, or not write back.
Yeah, and you can't take it personal either.
Absolutely,
you know,
not.
It's like, because then who knows, in a couple of months' time, if your podcast gets bigger, you can message them again, and then they might come on, or eventually you get them. You know, that's the way I see it. So I don't mind asking people, and if they don't even reply, or if they give me the scene, I get it, because sometimes I give people the scene and I'm fucking nobody. But it's like, oh, I have my dinner on, I quickly look at the message and I see it and I put my phone down. And or the kids are just calling me, one of them needs their ass wiped or something. You know, it's like it happens. So you just have to keep grinding, and I think that's why you will be successful, and not that you aren't already, but I think that's why you will go.
Long way to go, just like and the vision.
Like same as me. The
vision's far, and I think you have your certain vision where you kind of like a rough sketch, I guess. You know, I don't know about yourself. I'm kind of like got the rough sketch sort of going. It becomes clearer and clearer now and then sometimes it changes and morphs. Right? I don't know if you.
Yeah, I think that's the way with a lot of people. You know. But I think the first step is having that goal, you know. That's the first step. The second step is actually, you know, doing some sort of action towards that goal. And then look at if you do one small thing every day to take it closer to it, you might actually get to it in the end, you know. And that's what I'm hoping. And at least, even if I get to 40 or 50 years of age, or 60 or 70, and I look back, I can say, well, even if I don't get to where I want to be, I can say, well, I definitely gave it a good fucking bash, you know. Yeah, you know, and I'd rather do that than look back and go, jeez, I was doing well with that podcast and I gave up on it, and who knows where that went if I had kept doing that, or you know. So that's kind of why I do all these different little things. Like I go out onto the street and I do street interviews, or I make a comedy sketch, or I mean the Try channel, tasting foods. You know, I don't know if you know about the Try channel. It's a big channel. It's a great channel as well. By the way, yeah. So that's it, man. You have to just go for it, don't you?
Yeah, no, absolutely, man. I definitely see you as being a very consistent creative person, you know.
Hopefully.
So it's
Hopefully.
you can see the consistency with your work, though, you know, as in like, you know, you've definitely putting in a lot of work, and you're growing as well through your projects. And I guess taste naturally will change as well, you know. You might want to try out a little bit of this or do that, and you might be doing a little, and also the social climate, as we know right now, you know, does alter as well our creative output, but you're constantly creating, which is amazing. So
that's it. Yeah, I'm not as consistent as I'd like to be, and I'm working on that at the minute, and I'm trying to be more consistent. You know, there was gaps of like 2 or 3 months in videos that I was putting up when I was doing great at the time, you know. And I think that's one of my downfalls is not being consistent enough back a few years ago, you know. But I have the fire in my belly now. I'm drinking petrol and we're all ready to go.
I love it, brother. I love it. Listen, Jamie, it's been a pleasure chatting to you and getting to know you, man. It's
same to you, man.
Looking forward to this chat.
You're very similar mindset to myself, which is, I think that's how we chat for hours, which is great. So I'd definitely love to come on in another couple of months' time, and we keep this an current thing. And I'll get you on my podcast, the Jamie J. Carr podcast, which sometimes I host in the Nip, if anybody's interested.
Oh, I can't wait for that.
I'll say anything to get them over to me, John.
I love it, man.
Maybe that'll discourage them.
No, man, I love it, and I love your humor, man, and I actually admire it. And before I let you go, because I do have other guests as well, but I just want to say it to you, just in front of people, I do genuinely admire your humor, and I admire comedians a lot, because I kind of want to work on my humor as well, you know. I want to work and add that into my shows and things like that, because it's so nice to be able to feel so free and just so loose and have a laugh, because it's so important to laugh, especially during times like these, man. So what you're doing, I think, is great, and thanks so much for the time, brother. It's been a pleasure chatting to you and getting to know you. Look forward to going on to your show and having you again.
Definitely, man. I'll have you on. Cheers, and happy Christmas to you and all your viewers.
Take it easy, brother. Peace.
See you later, man.
See ya. All right, that was the awesomely hilarious Jamie J. Carr. What a pleasure, and I was so happy to get a bit of a laugh as well. That I should have had him on first just to loosen me up, or I should just have like a pep talk with him before a show. He's absolutely just a fucking awesome dude. We went into some nice deep conversations there as well. So I'd love to play a one of his comedy sketches that is actually, I think it's fantastic. It's a piss take on first dates, and it's actually starring Elga Fox, who was on our show just recently. So I feel it was just a perfect moment to play this. So I'm just gonna load it up here now. So guys, how are you doing out there? By the way, hope you are all doing well. My next guest is going to be Kevin Casey, and we're going to get a live performance from Kevin too. So yeah, stay tuned for a bit of live music. And by the way, Jamie J. Carr, you can find him on YouTube, Facebook, and he has a podcast as well. And he's also doing a documentary this weekend on Sir Steve O'Timothy, who was also on my show and is going to be cycling 5 kilometers at the end of this month. And he was actually in an accident 15 years ago, but that's on another podcast that I did before, so you can check that out. So here is Jamie J. Carr in his skit First
Lorraine
Dates.
says she's just looking for Mr. Right.
As long as he's not like some scanger from the north side, I'll be
Hello? Deco from Dublin enjoys fat joints and, as he describes, posh boards.
I'm going on to that first dates thing now, aren't I? I hope she's a pure wet yo, because if she is, I'm gonna blow me muck all over her on the telly, right? See you later.
Hey, so you guys looking forward to your date?
What you asking me that for?
Because it's part of the show. The producers tell me what to ask.
Piss off, Pete and Kilometers, you big fat stupid bearded pox.
I hate my life.
So, what do you do for a living?
Full-time mad bastard. What about you and all?
I'm a veterinarian.
Ah, so you finger dogs, do you?
Yeah, well, it's part of the job.
Hold on a sec.
What are you doing?
Me mate Rob's mad into that bestiality and all, isn't he? I'm gonna send it to him now.
No, sorry, you're not going to send that to anyone.
It's my date as well. I can do what I want. She fingers dogs.
So, how do you feel about sex on the first date?
Oh, God, no. No. I'd have to know a guy about like a year before I'd even go near his gentleman parts.
I'd be up for it, yeah. I'd let her pedal my ears like a BMX on Christmas morning in 1995. Yup. So where are you from and all, you little moist joke, you?
Don't call me that. I'm from Fox Rock.
I saw a fox once, didn't I? Threw pure rock at the thing I did and it flew off down the road. Might have been a cat actually, but still.
So, where are you from?
I'm from Finglas, Jerry Adams' hometown. Yup, the 6.
Yeah, like, I don't think Jerry Adams is from Finglas.
Yeah, well, Mary Lou's me nanny anyway, so it doesn't matter.
So, Deco, what are you going to get?
I'm not getting anything here. Pure more expensive than CEX it is. €400 for a PS4 covered in jizz, second hand as well.
I think I'm just going to get a salad. I'm like, trying to stay off the carbs.
Crabs, no way, I have them as well. All over me they are, like unmarried mothers at the post office in Coolock on Mickey Money Day. Hold on, I'll show you one. Look at it there. See? Do you want the banger, do you?
What?
A bump like.
What are you talking about?
Schnackte.
What?
Snow.
What?
Winter Wonderland up the nose.
What?
Peruvian flute band Poison.
What?
George Michael Christmas song.
What are you talking about?
Devil's Dandruff. E17's Christmas #1. Sugarlump Mountain. Colombian samosas. Charlie Brown. Bolivian marching music. Gravy, but it's white. This.
Oh, God, no, I don't do drugs.
More for me, so.
Especially when Mummy and Daddy Bear are watching. So, do you know any party tricks? My party trick is I can say the alphabet backwards in 10 seconds.
Can you, yeah? Well, I can smoke 5 cigarettes at the same time.
Do you like clubbing? Like, do you ever go to Coppers?
Coppers? Fuck. Are you gone or what?
I'm just gonna pop off to the loo.
How'd you keep the dates going?
Get out of here, you sweet and brushed face. You look like the Sunday dinner covered in pubes. And you can f off as well.
So what can I get you guys for dessert?
Well, I'll have the dark chocolate ganache tart, please.
Not the only tart I see here tonight, we're right, boys? Yep.
Like, why are you saying, am I right, boys, after every statement?
Because I do what I want. Heating, getting you a brunch, you upside down headed ham hock.
We don't do ice pops here. We're a bit more sophisticated than that.
I'll have a cornetto then. I'm pure sweating after that munch, I am. Pure smelling whopper now, I am. Do you want some of this deodorant?
That's shaving foam.
Bollocks. Right, who's getting that bill? I'm not paying for it. All I had was a cornetto.
Oh, well, that's quite rude. Like, can't you be a gentleman about it and pay?
Love, I don't even pay child support. I'm not paying for that, you mad thing. Yup. See you later.
So, do you think he's going to see you again?
That was Jamie J. Carr, guys, and that was his first dates his take. I think that was absolutely fantastic. I absolutely loved that. And that's starring Elga Fox there as well. And you can find that on YouTube. So that's Jamie J. Carr videos on YouTube. I suggest you check that out. And he's got some great videos up there as well. Yeah, guys, that was hilarious. Rebecca, yeah, do you want a banger? Yeah, that was a good one. Cornetto. Yeah, he's really, I think he's just actually fantastic. So I really wish him the best on his future ventures and projects. And you can catch him doing podcasts as well, and he's interviewing some really interesting people as well. So Dimitri D, how's it going, brother? Good to see you in the house. Joe Fitzgerald, welcome. So yeah, I'm going to bring on our next guest, and yeah, he's a singer-songwriter based in Blanchardstown. Kevin Casey, I'm sure a lot of you know him already. He's a rock singer-songwriter, and he's living literally about 2 kilometers from my house. He's a regular in the live music circuit in Ireland, having gigged extensively across the country, as well as Germany, the UK, and the US. In 2018, he signed a deal with Fluttertone, and he released his debut album, Magnolia Road, an album of 11 songs, including the release of 4 singles, one of which, The Story of My Life, was crowned Song of the Day by Joe.ie. So well done, Kevin Casey. Please welcome him to the show. What's up? What's up, man? Let's see if we can get your audio going. There we go. How are you doing?
Not bad yourself.
I'm good. I'm having fun today. Having some great chats. Running a little bit over time, so thanks for waiting a little bit there for me. Appreciate it. How's
Not going anywhere.
You're not going anywhere. How are you keeping busy actually lately? How's the quarantine life treating you?
I have a 1-year-old, so that's keeping me really busy.
Amazing.
Yeah. Musically, I've got some time to put in some writing. Working on some new stuff. I'm actually releasing a couple of singles over the next few months, and I plan to knuckle down and get stuck into doing a new album next year.
Awesome.
So, I've been busy doing that. So
that's
plus
brilliant.
Just getting to kind of mess around, play some covers and learn some new songs, and yeah. So I'm kind of enjoying it. Honestly.
Yeah. It's nice, I suppose, with the baby as well. You get to spend some time. Is it a boy or a girl?
Baby girl.
Baby girl, amazing. And that's the first one, is it?
That's the
first
first
child.
one.
So you're a family man now.
It's a bit different. It was going to happen sooner or later, but
Amazing. How has it affected your sort of perspective towards music or songwriting? Having a sort of creation, a physical creation manifested into the world.
I guess in some ways you feel like you have to be a little bit more sensible. So that's the main thing. Musically, it hasn't affected me too much. I mean, I've found myself writing songs, about being a parent, which is something that I guess you have to be a parent in order to write about, or else it'd be really fucking weird. But
yeah.
So I mean, I have a couple of songs that I've kind of wrote about her. It was always bound to happen, so I'm kind of glad I got it out of the way. So yeah, I hope to be releasing a couple of maybe a double A side later this year, toward the end of the year, and maybe 2 songs about the girl.
Great, amazing. Well, congratulations, and it's great you get to spend some time with her now as well in quarantine, getting to know each other and stuff. Because is music your full-time profession, or were you doing something else before the quarantine as well?
No, I was doing something else for quarantine as well. Music it's a weird thing because it's a great job to have it just full time, but then at the same time, if you look at the bigger picture, it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday every week of every year. So you lose a lot of other things with having music full time.
Mm-hmm. And you've traveled a lot as well. So when I was introducing you there, you've been to Germany, UK, US. And how's that been actually for you? How's that experience? I've never traveled with music myself, and I'm just really curious to know what it's kind of like to travel with your music.
Yeah, I love it. We were supposed to go on tour in March. We released the show goes on double A side in March, but obviously because of the pandemic, it was we had to call it off until next year. But traveling is great. It can take it out of you a bit, particularly if you're enjoying yourself too much, I mean, you're doing your gig and you're staying up late, and then the next day you have to travel to another city or another town. It's tiring in that sense, but it's great. Like, it's very rewarding. People are very, they like hearing your songs. They're very appreciative of it, and they've great respect for musicians in other countries. Not that they don't hear, but I find in other places they nearly hold us in a higher regard than they would here. So that's nice. But yeah, like, it is great. I don't know how it's going to be when we get to actually do that tour next year. With leaving the little one, I'll probably feel somewhat different than I have before. But it's something I'm always going to do, and the opportunity will always be there to do it. And I mean, I'd recommend it for bands and artists just to get out there, because there are big scenes outside of Dublin and outside of Ireland. It's just finding them.
Yeah. How long was the longest you've been away with music?
At any one time, probably 2 weeks. What I would do is you do a run of gigs and you could kind of come back before you head off. See, particularly if it's between Germany and Ireland and maybe England, it's not that big a deal to just to put home for a few days, and it's just a way of recharging the batteries, because if you're in a different country or a different city, you're going to just in the pub.
Yeah. Especially if you're Irish.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to rest, you got to come home.
Yeah, it's interesting actually. And when you say they hold in high regard, because I've heard this, you're not the first person to say this, first musician, and I know what you mean. I know. You're not trying to say anything is better. Everything is. It's always a different experience, depending on which country you're going into, how music is treated. But I believe you're speaking of it in a sort of professional sense, whereby how booking promoters sort of treat you as a musician. Is that sort of what you're talking about? How they sort of put you up in hotels, or how they put you up in what kind of perks you get as being a musician? Is that kind of what?
They are certainly better, yeah, in other countries, But I guess I've kind of meant more that, like, okay, so I've been kind of gigging for 15, 16 years now at this stage, and you've kind of seen it all in the sense of the good, the bad, and the ugly when it comes to gigging in Ireland. Some nights are great, some nights are fucking awful. And a lot of that can be kind of how you're treated by the staff in a venue, by the audience that are there, particularly if you're doing, say, a covers gig. I mean, you don't really know what you're walking into, or what type of audience you're walking into, And I've been, like probably so many musicians, I've been at the receiving end of, like, a bad crowd. And I kind of mean that I've had it here, but I've never had it abroad. People don't feel the need to get in your face. People don't feel the need to try to push it off in different places. With that said, I'm not saying that it's bad over here. I mean, these are, they're, it doesn't happen all that often, but that's kind of what I meant. But yeah, the perks are kind of somewhat different when you play abroad.
Yeah, no, it's interesting, especially for myself. I guess I've heard it being said before, and I know a lot of musicians also would say the Irish are one of the best crowds in a stadium form, as a large group, and can be one of the most amazing supporters with regard to singing along and things like that. But I suppose in the local community, or it depends on the situation as well, like you're saying, when you're doing covers and things like that, I wonder if there's a different perception towards people that obviously play covers and people that play originals more, which there is, I guess. But it's just an interesting topic to touch on, right? Because it's kind of like the sort of respect, which I value. Like, for me, respect, I think, is first and foremost for musicians. Like, I think it's because I am a musician, I'm a fan of music, and I do promotion, But for me, it's always about respecting the musician, and respecting them being on stage, aka not talking, or keeping it at least quiet, things like that. Not shouting covers at them. Some people don't know those sort of 10 commandments. There should probably be a list.
Like, I mean, the gigs are enjoyable. I'm not trying to put a negative kind of spin on it, but I mean, it is when you're there to entertain people, or you're there doing your job, but people kind of you know, feel the need. I feel like they have the right to come up on the stage or grab your mic stand or touch your guitar when you're not using it, or, you know, come up and get really close and play this song, play. We're not there for that. I'm not there for that, and nor as kind of any other band or artist. You know, it's just you can get great crack out of some people, but you know, on some nights it's just bad.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
I guess that's what I mean more so, and I haven't, wherever I've been in the rest of the world, I haven't encountered that. Not yet. So maybe I will, you know. But yeah, I mean, overall the Irish crowd probably are the best in the world, absolutely. But unfortunately, I've came across some people who are just fucking idiots.
Yeah. I mean, as well, you're going to find that with drink, isn't it? You know, and most of you're obviously doing more gigs in Ireland, right, as well. So the chances of you getting sort of a worse night is can be rare, but the chances are greater, right?
Of course, yeah. And like, I mean, listen, if you're doing the cover thing, you're open for a bit of stick, because you might do a cover of a song that someone really loves, but they just don't think you're doing it justice. So you could probably roil someone in that sense. For the original thing over here, everybody's been absolute stars when it comes to our gigs.
Support,
you know?
is amazing as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
community is great, and that's one thing that it does lack. I've seen it lacking in some places, you know, as a spectator anyway.
Yeah.
In some cities, so I've definitely come back to Dublin sort of refreshed and sort of feeling comfortable knowing that I can go out on the weekend and you know, see some amazing musicians and feel the support in the room as well. All the same, isn't it?
Of course, absolutely.
Yeah, it's crazy. We randomly went into this sort of conversation, so I do apologize if I did put you on the spot into talking about crowds and stuff. But I love how I naturally just kind of get into a convo with musicians. We can always talk about so many different things, and I try not to keep the questions similar to people as well. So I kind of wanted to see your perspective, especially because you're doing it like 16, 17 years. You're in the biz, so it's
been a while.
It's quite a while. Like, what's kind of have you received any like really good advice from somebody in the industry? And you could just totally say no, and we can go on to the next point, so it's fine. But is there anything that like sort of resonated with you, or that sort of almost, you know, you keep with you as a sort of thing?
Yeah, like I'm sure there has been, you know, apart from the obvious one where people just tell you to keep going and keep your head up, because being, you know, particularly when it comes to doing your own music, it's tough. You know, any band or artist will tell you it's really tough. So, and with it being so difficult, obviously it's going to be disheartening when things don't go your way, and they'll go against you more so than they'll go in your favor. So I've had the typical ones like, oh, you know, you got to keep going, and you know, the day you give it up will be the day you get your break. All of them ones, but some of the stuff the advice I've got when it comes into like studio performance and all that things, like some of the people I've met, it's been invaluable. Like, just different ways to kind of tune, you know, the guitar, or, you know, the different keys, and you know, the open, you know, G and stuff like them kind of things that I've got off people, and it's been mainly in a studio environment. You know, I'm the type of guy that I'll go in and I'll have me song done down on acoustic guitar, and it could be G, C, D, and they're like, oh, but did you try it in this tune and play these chords? So them kind of things, like, that's all great, but there's nothing really that jumps out as the main bit of advice I've got. It's really, for me, it's been trial and error. I've done the majority of things myself. Where I am now, I only have to thank myself for, really, because no one's kind of given me a helping hand. So yeah, it's kind of, you know, you get yourself burned and then you're like, okay, don't do that again.
Yeah,
you
next,
know,
move on. Yeah, lesson learned.
I think it's the only approach that I've known. You know, I wish there was a kind of a guidebook, and I wish I had formula, you know, some sort of advisor that could say, you know, this is what you should be doing, and would plan everything out for me, because it'd make my life a hell of a lot easier.
Yeah. But I guess as well, what works for you might not work for others too, right? So it can depend on many factors what works for somebody, right?
Absolutely. Look, I mean, you could talk to 10 songwriters about how they write a song, and you could get 10 different answers. You know, everybody's different, and everybody has their own way and their own methods that will work for them. But it's, you know, it's different for people. But I hope there's some sort of savior that'll come along and say, listen, this is what you got to do for the next 10 years. This is what you have to do. I'll welcome that person if they're listening. You know,
Maybe we
I'm
will
all-
find that person.
Yeah, I'm all ears.
You have your guitar in your hands, so I guess should we get a couple of tunes from you? What do you think?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Cool, man.
All right, so this next song, it's a song called Garbage or Gold. I've been working on a lot of music lately, and some of them are coming out like rock songs. Some of them kind of have an indie feel. Some of them have a singer-songwriter stuff, but some of them are kind of coming out nearly like country songs. At least in my head, that's how they're sounding. So this is one of them that I've kind of just parked. And actually this morning they're just messing around with it. So it's one that I'll probably get working on next year. I plan to do maybe a country kind of style album just to get it out of my system. So this is one of them that I'm keeping for them. It's called Garbage or Gold.
Awesome. Nice one.
Hitting that road, my sense of newfound freedom. Street signs and city lights pass me as I'm on my way home. I think about the rules I haven't broken yet now. Think about the boys and if the bound you forget the mess that I was last time we met. Run from the girl and all the secrets she kept. I'm sure all the lies and the bruise didn't hurt, but I know sometimes it don't come easy. Sometimes all the world's against you, and the truth is all that can protect you. 'Cause my heart is so cold. I don't know how we just garbage or gold. Near in the darkness on the edge of my town, should I call up the guys and see if they're out? This place brings the worst out of me. Yesterday's laughter, this morning it is so. Roll up and chill, we can roll back the years. Never I wanted to be. But time gonna erase, the future can change, and I'm still a young man with some lines on my face. And I think about the girl who has taken my place. Sometimes all the world's against you, and the truth is all that can protect you. 'Cause my heart is so cold. I don't know how we just got visual. Oh, oh, I don't know how we just got visual. I don't know how we just got visual.
Nice. Well done, man.
You.
Is that so? That was the debut, was it? Have you played that live before, or?
Do you know, I don't think I've played it live before. I'm pretty sure I've been doing it in sound check and things like that. I really like the open E. It's quite low, so you can get a good, guitar level from smacking that chord. But no, I'm pretty sure we haven't.
Cool. So, well, thanks for
as a band, anyways.
Thanks for throwing it on our show as an exclusive in that case. Did you remember when I sent you the message about the sound thing? Were you able to amend that?
Yeah.
It's still it's interesting when you sing. the guitar sounds grand, but then when you don't sing, the guitar doesn't come through. It's really interesting how Zoom is picking it up. But just to let the people anyway, it's not it's you can still listen to it and enjoy it. So just to let you guys know at home as well, we're still working out some of the kinks with Zoom. It's quite tricky actually, because there are some settings in there that we're trying to make work, and it's still sometimes is a mystery. But that's all. It's all okay. It's all part of the process of doing these live gigs. How have you been? Like, have you done much live shows? Have you done anything on the streaming sort of end of things?
You know, I never had before until the lockdown. I never even thought about it. So now it's kind of it's a must. I mean, if you want to play, you gotta do these type of gigs, you know. But I've been doing a lot since. And the first one I done was the 27th of March. And it was a really laid back thing. That was supposed to be the final night of our tour, the closing night in Dublin. So, you know, it was a bit of a downer that didn't go ahead, obviously. So I figured that I would just do a gig on Facebook. I'd get myself a couple of beers and just see who tuned in. And a lot of people tuned in, which was really good. And it kind of just gave me a bit of a thirst for doing it, you know. So I've done a few of my own gigs, and then I've appeared on a couple of shows like this. So, you know, I'm very appreciative to be on them, because it's great crack, particularly when I don't have to do everything myself, and, you know, have you there running the show. So, but yeah, it's probably something I will keep doing. I'm eager to get back gigging, particularly, you know, back touring. But I probably will keep these kind of gigs, keep them in my routine, you know.
Awesome. No, that's great to hear, and I'm delighted to have you on the show as well. It's really cool that you took the time out. So, thank you. Would you like to play another song for us?
Yeah. So this is a song called "The Bones of Mary." It's a single off my debut album, which was called Magnolia Road, which I released in 2017. And yeah, it's a kind of my go-to song when you know, when I'm picking one of my own songs to play. This is my favorite one to play still after all this time. So yeah. Of the surrender for the silly things she's thinking of. She's declaring love and she's going south for eyes that are all so. She's a pretty thing. Oh, such a pretty thing. She's looking for love. Big vibrations and rosary beats, so little time and so many needs. Cry for help and some understand. She's pressing wings when I can't stand. She's a pretty, oh, such a pretty thing. Yeah, you can't stay innocence in this life. If you wanna be in love with me, 'cause all I know how to do is dream. How I love the bones of your Mary, but you don't need me. Candle wax and yellow pages, full of high she's confiscated. Should soon have a friend to call her home. A beautiful angel from a funeral home. She's a little, oh, such a beautiful. Yeah, you can't stay innocent in this life. If you wanna be in love with me, 'cause all I know how to do is dream. Yeah. I love the bones of your Mary, but you don't eat me. And the world is still turning, so promise you won't cry. to reach my final resting place. Don't you say goodbye. Yeah, you can't stay innocent in this life. You wanna be in love with me. 'Cause all I know how to do is dream. I love you, you don't need me. You don't need me. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Awesome, man.
You.
It's great. How does I always ask this to kind of singer songwriters or duos or single singer songwriters, like how does writing songs work for you? Like, is it different? A lot of people say it's just different, really. Like, the lyrics come first. Do you write it as a poem, or do you get into the flow of a rhythm or a structure of chords, and the lyrics come out, or it's always different?
It's quite strange for me. I have no kind of go-to way of no method. I could be making a cup of tea and like just something will pop in my head, like, oh, that's a good line, you know, and I'll go straight to the notes in my phone and I'll just write it down, and I may never look at that again for a year. It does happen sometimes when I'll sit down with the intention of writing a song and it'll work. More times, you know, than often it won't work. When I sit down and say, right, I'm gonna sit here for 3 hours, I'm gonna write 2 songs, it never fucking works me that way. So it's really different for me. And sometimes I struggle. It could take me a long time to finish a song. I wrote a song for my debut album called West Wing Tales. I had the song for years, you know. I couldn't find the chorus. And I'm really fond of the song. And I was away on holidays in a phone box, and I was ringing home, and they had a pen on hanging from a bit of string. You know, I was writing down a number, whatever I was doing. But I seen on the pen, I had West Wing Tales on the pen. So I was like, and that song was finished. Albeit, 5 years later or whatever it was. That's how it can happen sometimes, you know.
Wow. So it's just about absorbing things subconsciously almost, right?
Yeah, like, I mean, I'm the type of song where, I won't use my imagination. I'll write about stuff that I know, you know. I mean, I've wrote about love, loss, you know. I wrote some of me probably more rockier songs about the recession and all the shit that went on back in, a good few years ago now at this stage. So I kind of write more serious content, but it's stuff that I've lived, or, it's about people that I know have went through certain things. So it's that's how it works for me, and the answer is there's no
formula.
When it happens, it happens, and when it doesn't, it doesn't.
Yeah, it's amazing. How long, like, have you had like streaks of hyper creativity, or streaks of like a prolonged one? Like a dry spell of creativity, and how do you function in that sort of mode?
I've had both. I mean, I think, funny enough, when I was doing my album, we were short a song or two. So I think there's 11 songs on the album, and we had about, I think, 9. But I needed, I wanted at least to be 10 songs, double figures. I wanted to have 10 songs, but to try get the final 2 songs, that actually killed me. I was like, fuck it. I just put out an album at 9. I couldn't seem to get them right. So that was a difficult spell for creativity. I don't know whether it was like an overload because I've been working so hard on the other songs that maybe my brain is going to give up on me. I'm not sure. Now, luckily, as luck would have it, I was able to get 2 songs, and we got the 11 songs on the album. But I'm pretty sure after that, then when there was no pressure on writing songs, it was
easier.
Yeah, it was a lot easier.
Yeah.
Like, if you look at my single from March, that was a double A side with 2 songs that I released about the the death about my grandmother's in the space of a day, which are in 2017. So the content was there. So it was easy to kind of to write about. But then, you know, there could be another time when I'm writing about something else, some other form of hardship or something. It just won't happen for me. And I'm more of a songwriter. It's when I reflect on things. Like it could be a year or two down the road. That's when I actually find it easier to write. If I'm thinking back to how something was,
right,
it's easier for me to focus on it then. But when I'm writing the moment, to living with something, I struggle more with so, well, but at least signing off on the song, you know, on my own. You know, I judge myself probably more than anybody else just judges me lyrics and stuff. So
that's like so many artists, and possibly every artist in the world is always their worst self-critic, right?
Yeah, of course. And you know, you hear people when they listen to their own music and they're like, oh shit, you know, it's terrible. I hate that singer. Although you know it yourself, you know, you just so I don't listen to my own music for that reason, because you always hear something that you didn't put in, or that would have been nice there, or I don't like that. So I tend just not to listen to the old stuff.
So will you watch back on this interview?
Probably not, no, because I don't like listening to myself. I'll fast forward to your parts. But no, I tend not to, you know, like I mean, if I know I've done something that was really, really bad, I'll probably look back and kind of go, oh, shit, and then, you know, improve on it so I don't do it again. But no, I tend not to.
That's interesting. Yeah, so you would actually look back if there was something horrific that happened, or not horrific, but you know, in one's own mind as something what somebody would want to fix or amend. You'd look at that. I'd be the opposite. I wouldn't look at I'd know it happened, you know, and just go, okay, let's try and not do that. I can't look at that again. The cringe of the self cringe is horrible. But I had to look back at myself on these shows to kind of see how I'm presenting myself on a regular basis, right? I mean, to people, and it's recorded, so people can kind of look at it and rewind, and not that people do like delve in deep into it, but and of course everybody has their own perception on how they take information or a conversation or a tone or however it is, you know. You can go very specific, but I definitely steer away from the major cringy and possibly delete or edit.
It's good for people because we actually can, like, I mean, you can't go to, you know, do your gig in the Workman's Club or whatever it is and go, shit, I wish I could wash myself last night. At least with you know, in this day and age, we can kind of, with what's going on, at least we can kind of look back and say, oh, fucked up on that song, didn't I? Or whatever the case may be, you know. So
it's great having that third person perspective. I think that's something that I really enjoy is genuinely that third person perspective. I would watch back on my shows and see, you know, what I can improve on and kind of accept it to a certain way. And I do enjoy receiving feedback from people too. I don't know about yourself. Do you like hearing feedback and from people with regard to your music? And
I think constructive criticism is okay. I do like getting feedback. Everybody likes getting good feedback. And I don't, you know, if someone comes with me and goes, listen to, you know, particularly at gigs, they'll say, oh, look, the sound's not great, or whatever it may be, if you can't hear you singing or whatever, things like that are fine, you know. It's when people come up to you, oh, I just want to tell you that song's fucking shit, you know. It's when that kind of criticism and feedback you don't really need. It's not important to anybody. But yeah, like, feedback is important, particularly when it's constructive.
I guess it's good in a studio setting too, right, with a producer, and that's so important, right, to have that.
Well, that's a given, you know. That's you know, that's a given. I mean, they're the professionals at the end of the day. They're the ones that work in the studio or man the studio every day. So you got to listen to them. You know, it's the live environment. It's a bit different, but yeah, in a studio, absolutely.
Do you stay with the same? Have you stayed with the same producer, or have you moved around with different producers?
I've stayed with the same one. Sean Montgomery Dietz, Californian guy living in Clare.
Wow, that's so random.
Yeah, it is. You know, and it was a dream to work with him on the album, because I brought the song so far, and then I said, that's all I have. Now that's it, I'm done. So he's able to bring that extra little bit, you know. And like I said, you know, I judge myself, you know, I'm hard on myself when it comes to songs, but I get attached to my own songs, particularly the ones that I'm really fond of. And maybe songwriters will tell you, it's hard to kind of let go and from, let's say you might have came up with the first chorus, bridge, whatever the structure is, you want to stick to that. The producer comes in and say, actually, you should drop that last chorus and drop the verse and put the bridge before the last chorus. Things like that, it's great when you allow them to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And that was hard for me with the album. Was like, no, I know better because I wrote the songs. But as it turned out, I didn't know better. The producer knew better because it was a fresh pair of ears on a song that I'd been working on and grown attached to over the course of a year. But he was able to come in and say, no, we're it's wrong. Do it this way.
Mm-hmm.
And he was dead right. So yeah, it's been great working with him on the albums and the recordings. I've done a song with in a new studio, Studio 7, and that's due out next month. And it was a different approach again, and it was great. Like working with Gav, it was a great experience too. So it's nice having other people produce your work and kind of someone else being the boss.
Yeah. Maybe less pressure, right?
At least during the recording process.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. Yeah, no, it's fascinating. I guess you can't spend a lot of time in the studio, especially doing an album. It can be stressful because there is time constraints to an extent, I guess, right?
Yeah, when we done the album, we started 2000. I'm pretty sure it was March or April 2015, and we only released it in November 2017. It was hard going because it was so expensive to do it, and like I hadn't got a big label kind of paying for it. So what you had to do was you had to gig, save, go in and record a song, and just do that process 11 times. That's why it took so long. We did. There was stages where we would block book maybe 2 weeks, but I remember the first time we block booked a 2 week period, like two of the lads got sick, and I had other personal shit going on, so we actually paid for 2 weeks, and I don't even think we got 4 days.
Wow, that's crazy.
So, but like, shit happens as well, when you're recording. If someone is sick and they can't sing, what can you do?
Yeah.
You can't record and put it out there.
True. Kevin Casey, absolute pleasure. I wish I could chat to you a bit longer or hear another song, but I have one more guest left. I'm running a little bit delayed, brother. Right. Nice catching up. Nice getting to know you, man. We've been in the same venues before. We have mutual friends, and it's crazy. It's taken us so long to actually have a chat. It took us a quarantine to actually get to know each other. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, well, that's, silver linings and all that,
Listen, brother, take care. And I look forward to you're releasing a single. Can you actually just tell us a little bit about any upcoming releases, please?
Of course. So on June 20th, I'm releasing a new song called It's All Right. It's more of it's back to kind of our normal stuff. It's a rock and roll song. So that comes out June 20th on Spotify, Shazam, iTunes, all them things. It was supposed to be for Record Store Day, but because it's been postponed now 2 times, I'm just going to go ahead with its release on June 20th as normal. So yeah, you'll get it online, have a look, and let me know what you think of it.
Awesome, brother. I'm looking forward to that. Listen, absolute pleasure chatting to you, and have a great weekend, brother. Take care.
Cheers. See you later. Bye.
Okay, guys, that was the awesome Kevin Casey. My first time chatting to him. He's literally just around the corner from me, so maybe I'll grab him out for a local pint once the pubs open. What an absolute gentleman, and it was great to hear a couple of live tunes from him as well. I do recommend you checking him out on Spotify. He had a couple of singles released. He had to get one single, if I'm not mistaken, or an EP released this year. Sorry, I don't actually have confirmation on that, but definitely check him out on Spotify and all the social medias as well. And he's got some news coming up as well. July 20th is releasing his next single. Definitely check it out, guys. So before I introduce our final guest, I'd like to do our pick of the week segment. Yes, pick of the week. I'm really excited to announce that The Makings, their album Cognition, has made it to our pick of the week this week. They are a 6-piece Irish electro rock rap Dublin-based band. Absolutely fantastic band. I got to see, I think, them as a duo or trio many years ago. And really, really fantastic. And I haven't actually seen them as a 6-piece, so but they are fantastic musicians, a great bunch of people, and their recordings are phenomenal. So the album Cognition was released last year, and I got Paul Archbold to have a listen. It was a pleasure giving him that album and asking him to review it for me. And he's not here with us today, so I'm going to read out what he wrote about it. So this is certainly one of the most unique sounding bands I have ever heard. Makings are one of the most refreshing sounding acts to emerge on these shores in a long time. They are a 6-piece that eloquently mesh an extraordinarily captivating sound of electro rock to deliver something that is unmistakably their own. Their 2019 album, Our Pick of the Week, Cognition, is an addictive record. Really, I agree with that, definitely. One play is not enough to satisfy the listener. It almost dips into classic new wave era records of old for an almost nostalgic feel, but that's quickly wiped away when you instantly become aware that it's fresh and unique. One of the many standout tracks on this album is Heart Attack, an excellent example of what this band does best. There is a great energy that comes across with this record, and after looking into some of the band's live videos, they've captured and enraptured that live energy into this track. It's a powerful head jerker with a hypnotic backbeat that implores the listener to succumb to the groove. Next up, we have the equally impressive and captivating Digs. I really enjoyed this song personally, actually, I have to say. This one starts with a little more breathing space and uses the quiet areas of music to build up a beautiful tension that releases during the chorus with a swell of synths and ambient guitar. The album closes out with a somber and alluring No Turning Back. A beautiful track and the perfect closer to an album that is a real sonic roller coaster. Really like the way you put that, Paul. I totally agree with you. Our pick of the week, guys. Our song from this album is Heart Attack. Check out Makings on all social media outlets, of course, and some brilliant footage and great music videos on YouTube as well. We did play one of their recent tracks last week as well. So and they will be joining us. A few of them will be joining us on the show next Saturday. So I'm really looking forward to chatting to Barry Shock, who's their bassist, and the rest of the gang. So I'm going to play a little bit of the Makings. I'm going to play Heart Attack for you from Makings. I'm just going to load this up for you guys. And then I'm going to introduce our last guest today.
Center of the mind on fire. They say patience
That was Heart Attack by The Makings from their album Cognition, which is our pick of the week this week. Paul Archibald, thank you for reviewing that album for us, and we're going to have them on next week on our show as well. Before I introduce our last guest, I'm going to play one more song by a band called Monkey. I'm sure a lot of you might know this band already. They're a 4-piece band who describe their sound as post-millennial reptilian space funk, which is perfect. Their energetic and uplifting and unique live shows have earned them a passionate following home and abroad. They've toured across Ireland, UK and Europe, most recently opening up for the legend Meat Puppets on their European tour. So I'm going to play their latest single, Closed Door Policy, which also features Toshin, which we're very, very familiar with. Toshin, we have played a few of their songs on this show as well. So I'm going to play you Closed Door Policy, and then we will have our final guest.
Want
Monkey with Closed Door Policy, guys. Yeah, what an awesome, awesome track and music video. Definitely made me feel like I wanted to groove a little bit, and lost myself a little bit. Thought I was in a bar for a couple of minutes. Yeah, Saturday night, of course, Saturday afternoon even. But yeah, I hope you guys are keeping well. I know it's a fucking lovely bit of sun I'm getting in here through my window, so I hope you guys are getting a little bit of that. Yeah, so I see a lot more have migrated to YouTube, which is brilliant. That's actually fantastic to see. YouTube is the place to be. So what is up, YouTube? Facebook, guys, don't worry, I'm not neglecting yous. I still love yous. So stay where you feel most comfortable. We've got Brew in the house. We've got Rebecca, huge Monkey fan. And yeah, who else do we have here? We got Alex. What is the story, Alex? I'm keeping well. Thank you for tuning in, man. We've got Lindsay. We got C Mac M. I'm not sure if I know you, C Mac. Maybe I do. I don't recognize that handle. But yeah, thanks for tuning in, guys. Hope you are having a fantastic day. We've got our last but not least guest, Jolly Wob. And yeah, he's actually a Serbian-Irish multi-instrumentalist and electronic music producer. He has a talent for crafting elegant and fluid compositions, parts electronica, electro-pop, drum and bass and house combined with melodies and harmonic vocals reminiscent of his Mediterranean experience. He's collaborated with many up-and-coming artists as well. And some of his recent achievements, his song Higher was selected as the official Fantastival 2017 after movie soundtrack. He's collaborated with Desperados and Heineken. His music video for Syncopate, which is fantastic by the way, was used for visuals during Nina Kravitz's set at Door Festival in Belgium 2019. So yeah, I'm really excited to chat to Jolly Wob. Please welcome him to our show, guys. Hello, man. How are you? Oh, 1 second. We'll get your mic up and going. Just press unmute there on your microphone and we're ready to go. There we go, man. How are you keeping?
Very good. Can you hear me all good? Yeah.
It's like crisp. It's so good.
Excellent.
You are in your studio, brother, I see, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Do you ever leave?
Yes, on weekends, yeah.
Oh, this is the week. I'm sorry to put you into work, back into the workspace, huh? Oh, man. Well, it's an absolute pleasure to have you on the show, man. And I had such a pleasure listening to Nostos last week. Our pick of the week. Was it last week or the week ago? Fantastic album. Well done on that.
Thank you, man. Yeah, thanks for inviting me for this. I've seen some of your previous work. I really love what you do. I tried to do something similar myself when this COVID situation kicked in, but I got busy working on the album, so I just let professionals do that work. So fair play to you for working with musicians and other artists. And yeah, thanks for the kind words about Nostos as well.
No worries, man. No, it's absolutely my pleasure. I mean, I'm a dabbler of musician. I do a lot more kind of the live performance on. I'm a drummer, and but for me to listen to something like that, you know, on the production value side, it's just so amazing the fact that you can put all of this work together into one sort of entity, you know, and it's just it's amazing for me to hear final product like that, you know, and obviously it's a lot of hard work, so I really do respect that kind of work, you know. How has the creative process been for you actually in the last couple of weeks? Like you're saying, you're doing a bit of creativity side of things, but I guess, are you doing more promotion now for your recent album, or are you creating constantly?
I am actually working on gardening now.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay, great. Taking a break from the rest.
Yeah, it's like postpartum, you know, like giving a birth to a big baby, you know. And yeah, the promotion should have been the next step. I honestly put more promotional work into the two singles that just came out before the album. I did some prep work before. But I was like, I'm just going to take a break from all the marketing and all kind of to-do lists, which somebody tells you what you should do when you release the album, because the whole making of this album, it was a very personal kind of experience on many layers, many levels, you know. And I just want to take a break from everything, you know, and just settle down. It's first time for me to actually create an album, a big kind of 40 minutes cohesive piece which tells so many stories at the same time, you know. And taking a break is good because I'm confused now what to do next. Obviously, I'm working in the background. I'm actually working on a few music videos for a couple of the songs from the album. But for the past couple of weeks and for the next few weeks, I'm just gonna chill down. So I actually create myself a new space to start creating something new. You know, I do have like many unfinished projects and something similar along those lines, but I just would take it easy, you know.
Yeah, I totally get it. I mean, you need to sort of, it's good to have a sort of a brain rest, right? So you're doing something else, but you're sort of moving away from sort of the conventional routine, perhaps, right?
Exactly, yeah. Like even, you know, like procrastination, or even when you go to the gym, like the rest days are most important. So it might seem that I'm not doing anything, but I'm actually doing a lot in the background, like under the surface, you know. So it's a good thing. But yeah, it was interesting thing creating the whole album, you know. Like,
please tell us a little bit about the story behind Nostos.
I'll tell you the story. Just before the story, I'm gonna focus on the whole thing about creating a big piece. And like, you know, we live in a digital era where we have a big competition as artists, especially in the digital era, you know, when everything, any actually news lasts for a couple of seconds or days. You know, when you release a single, the lifespan of your single is like 2 weeks max. So you either are left with option to multi-produce songs just to stay on the flick kind of surface, to be on people's radar, which is going to affect the quality, I think, because no human is able to mass produce. I was reading and following a good team of musicians and managers. This was about 3 years ago. Heroic, they're from Netherlands, so they're working with one EDM artist, future bass, something like that. I don't know if that means anything to you. It doesn't even matter. I actually don't listen to that kind of music at all. But I admire people who kind of push the boundaries in finding new ways how to you know do things right. So they had a theory: if you release a single per month, and if you release a single, so let's say 2 weeks is a span of your single, and just you can even look at the graph, like, you know, in your Spotify or SoundCloud kind of stats. You release a single, you know, everybody's listening to it, and kind of reaches a high peak, and then it starts to die off. According to them, and I tried that with a few of my singles in the last couple of years, when that starts dying off, you start hyping your next single. And when you release it, you can go with the next one, So how to bypass now the terms of quality, you need to take a break, let's say 5 or 6 months of releasing stuff, but actually sit and produce 5 or 6 really well produced songs. So that, you know, there's no compromise in quality, and you create yourself a buffer of half year. So I started doing that about 2 years ago, with ups and downs, because, you know, life gets in the way. And I actually wanted to do something similar with these songs. I had like 5-6 songs, so originally I wanted to release them as singles and kind of follow this method. But then looking at the songs, I was like, they actually kind of really make sense together. Why wouldn't I release them as an EP? And now if I release an EP and I don't have a big following, it's just, you know, you're lots of songs go to waste.
Sure.
From a marketing perspective, you know, not from artistic. And I was like, what do? Should I kind of stay true to that marketing plan that I had and maybe compromise the artistic vision a little bit? And then I decided I'm just going to compromise the marketing thing, and I'm not even going to look in the numbers or be obsessed with the numbers, whether the album or EP is doing well or not. And just by following that, an EP of 5 songs became an album of 10 songs. Because then I was looking and I could see the gaps, and I sent that to a few people that I trust for feedback, which is good to have a fresh pair of ears
of course.
on a whole subject. And yeah, I could see in between the lines that they were politely trying to tell me that, yeah, like, there is something missing, you kind of need more. And I agreed, because I'm good, and it's good for everybody to be able to take a little bit of constructive criticism, and let ego aside. And I was like, yeah, they're right, and I agree with this, because I thought the same, but I was afraid to admit it to myself. And I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna sit and finish this. And the whole situation with the lockdown and lack of gigs, and there's no fear of missing out, because I have nothing to miss, nothing's happening, in for obvious reasons. So I actually use the time to really be productive, and even come back to some of the songs, polish them up, write two or three new songs. And yeah, I ended up with the album, and pretty happy with that. So on the surface, because you asked me like to tell you a bit more about the album, on the surface it kind of sounds like a love story, but then it's not, it doesn't end there, like there's so many layers. I wouldn't go into like really kind of one-to-one interpretation of explanation, what is it, because it's a piece of art. I would still like to leave that to personal interpretation for the listener. Everybody can feel or understand the album. It's very subjective, kind of.
Of course, yeah, and especially because like a lot of it is obviously instrumentation, right? So there's a lot of kind of feeling involved, a lot of perhaps not non-tangible stuff. Is that kind of what sort of you'd agree upon? It's more so the kind of vibe of the tones and the melody that you're putting in to sort of construct perhaps an image or something, or is that just me just completely misunderstanding the point?
It is, like this is the first time I was, not the first time actually, sorry, but we decided, but I was happy to be able to really express my emotion that I felt at the time when I was creating a song. So the song, not a single song was created, I have to do this for X or Y reason, because this is popular, or whatever reason. It has nothing to do with art. This was a pure, from a music perspective, pure artistic expression. We as an artist, we are normal people like everybody else. We're nothing special comparing to your normal human. Everybody's talented for something. Our talent is to be able to express our emotions through music of variety of sorts, like whether you're like performing an instrument or playing very good at playing an instrument, or producing, or I don't know, or you can be a painter or sculptor. So I have the talent to be able to express my emotions through music. So all the melodies and everything, it was actually, I was trying to picture how I felt at the time, like any gritty synth that might be really piercing for the ears at sometimes. Like I actually had like interesting feedback from other people, like, yeah, it's too harsh, the snare is maybe too harsh on some of the songs, or you could turn down the synth. And I was like, no, this is exactly, I want to, like express how, like something scratches my ear from the inside, express the pain or happiness, or I don't know.
Sure,
kind of stronger emotion, basically.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Very interesting, yeah. For me, Apollotrosis was one of the songs that really resonated with me. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, so...
I think you are. I actually don't know how to pronounce it.
Oh, really, yeah. It's great, but you had like kind of almost... I don't like comparing stuff, but I guess just for conversation purposes, and this is just, anecdotal even, but there was kind of like a Middle Eastern kind of vibe, or there was some kind of essence in there that sort of resonated with me. And how do you sort of, how do you come up with these sort of melodies, and do they naturally kind of come to you from, I don't know, like absorption from the world or anything like that, because there's a lot of different kind of styles taken from there if you dissect it, I guess, and there's a lot of differentiation. Is it something like from what you've heard before, or like from movies, or is it a big mix mash, and how does that work?
I am originally from Serbia, southern part of Serbia, so we do have in like that area is perfect example of blend of Eastern and Western culture, like through history, like I don't know, lots of civilizations were clashing at that point. So you have a big kind of stamp on the culture and music involved, like even like food or I don't know, architecture. So I grew up over there, and I was playing like lots of music like that. I was exploring lots of world music, playing different type of music from all different parts of the world, like Afro-Cuban, or I don't know, exploring jazz, lots of Western music. But then I was exploring lots of Eastern music as well, like lots of Turkish music, lots of Azerbaijani music. An example, there's one lady, she's a virtuoso on piano, and she has like most insanely good voice I ever heard. Like, I think her range is like 6 octaves. She can sing so deep and so high. Her name is Aziza Mustafa Zadeh. So you can Google her out, and she's like blending jazz with traditional music of Azerbaijan. And she was playing like I think she lives in Germany at the moment. She was playing with top jazz players in the world. I think even in '92 she released an album with Dave Eckel on drums.
Wow,
and,
I love Dave Weckl as a
John
drummer.
Patitucci on bass, like the whole that crew, which were like really big in the '90s. So they were actually her session musicians. Insanely good stuff. Like check that out whenever you can.
Oh, could you send me the link actually to this?
I actually will. Yeah.
Oh, please do. Yeah, because it's crazy because I'm learning so much. There's so much music out there, and it's amazing. The more I speak to musicians, the more I find, you know.
Yeah. So this is some like modern like blend of Eastern and Western culture in music, like that I was listening, and I was really into that because I love world music, you know. And I was doing like lots of Serbian kind of native traditional music blended with again modern music, modern Western contemporary. And I was exploring that by playing like with just purely like different music, which was completely new to me, just in order to understand it better. Like I was playing like gypsy music, which is always odd time signatures. I actually don't know how to write those drum patterns or whatever. I was just learning it by ear. So I was playing on their weddings just to understand their culture as a community, their culture a bit more, and to understand the music. And it's interesting, like it's a whole philosophy, you know, the way rock and roll is a way of life, you know, drum and bass is a movement, it's not a genre. So this is as well, it's a way of life, you know, it's lots of bling, it's constant competition, who drives a more expensive car, who is a better musician. In a way, they're very competitive, like we would compete, am I better drummer than you're a keyboard player, you know. It's that kind of philosophy that they have, you know. So I was like, this is very interesting. And when you listen to some of, I can send you those links as well.
Please send me everything.
some gypsy music, which is constantly, it's like a 6-piece band, like orchestra, I don't know what it is. Everybody's soloing at the same time, like it's just solo galore, you know. Blah. But if you tune in, you will find a harmony in that chaos. Like it's like jazz to somebody who doesn't listen to jazz. Like at the first, it's gonna be, what's this? It's just, you know, a mishmash of lots of sounds, and nothing makes sense. But once you get into it, it makes sense, and then jazz makes sense as well, you know.
Sure.
It's just the roots are somewhere else geographically, you know.
And you study, you were self-taught, were you? And by absorbing music, as you say you have, or did you study a little bit as well?
No, I didn't study at all. I'm totally self-taught. I wanted to study, but I never had money. Like there was a jazz academy in Vienna, in Austria, in Graz, that I wanted to go to, but I didn't have money, and I couldn't leave the country because of visa restrictions and stuff like that. So I gave up on that. But you know, like I'm a resilient person, so I find a way how to do what I want to do. And then just kind of circle back on your question, where is everything in those melodies and those Oriental stuff coming in my music? Yeah, just by exploring lots of music and by writing, they would always kind of show up on the surface. So I kind of figured out that it looks like that is my signature, you know. You can't create a tone of your own, or signature just happens once you create millions of songs and you start spotting patterns. So this is why I spotted after, I don't know, almost 20 years of playing music.
Okay, so it naturally surfaced these kind of elements and tones and patterns after years of just constantly creating, right?
Yeah, this
interesting.
because, you know, you can't. There's a good thing, you know, when you hear a first note, when you can recognize a band or a musician, first tone on any instrument, like guitar or something, you know, that's X or Y guitar player, you know. And if you try, I mean, all of us strive for that signature. You know, drummer as a drummer, your signature would probably the way you tune your snare, because that's the only individual thing that you can have on a drum kit in terms of fitting that in a bigger picture, But then as a producer, as a song maker, how do you do that? And if you try to do that, you're gonna fail because you can't fake that.
Or it's hard to force it. It's
Yeah,
you can't fake and
just
it's hard to force.
exactly.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
can't force it.
totally.
So I always want all of us musicians want to have that, but that's actually the key, the biggest battle, the philosophy. How do we get there? Like and I figure out the more you create, it's just gonna show up itself. So yeah, after I don't know how many songs I wrote in my life, way less than I released, obviously, but. Then I started spotting patterns, and I was like, okay, let's focus on those, So now it just naturally comes out. I was worried at one point because, obviously I live in a western part of Europe now, whether that's going to be interesting to people or not. But then, there's another person over there talking to me, ego, which is going to try to protect you and keep you on the surface by telling you that you need to follow the trends, you need to make music that people want to listen to, and you're just compromising your art. And I was like, fuck this, I don't want to do it. No, it's a big challenge, to just not compromise your art.
Of course, yeah. There's almost like, I wonder if there is a balance that one can find, but then there is that conflict. It is a conflict, and I've heard it from musicians, even recently, having interviews and what their perspective is, and how do they resolve that conflict, and how do they settle on being able to perhaps make a sacrifice whichever way they go. Do they sacrifice their actual self-expression to conform to whatever the consensus is at the moment, with regard to music style or modes of release, as we're talking about, or do they sacrifice that for the hopes of getting, or is there a balance as well? I wonder. But for me, I what I felt from your album is I felt that was something that I haven't heard at all on this side. And that's what you were thinking, is like, oh, that's something that nobody, but it is, and that's why I loved it. That's what pulled me towards it. That's why when I first saw your post on Facebook, because I've seen your, I know I'm kind of moving on a little sidetrack here, but I seen your post with Dove Lee. I heard your song, with her originally. That's how I kind of got to know Wob. That's how I sort of got introduced to you. And then I think I added you as a friend or whatever. We connected on Facebook. That was the first step. You know what I mean? And then I saw whatever it was, Golden Pleck or somebody sharing. Was it Nyla or not? I can't remember who shared it. And I was like, oh my God, here we go. And then I listened to it and was like, this is fantastic. And it resonated with me as a sort of person that, tends to listen into the music industry in Ireland and in Europe. And for me, it was refreshing to hear something like that, because I would like similar stuff. I don't want to compare you to any artists that I have heard in Relate, because it's not comparable. But there were some hints in my brain that I was already used to hearing, similar things. So I felt it almost related to kind of my style, but I knew it didn't exist in this, musical dimension or something.
I mean, like, it's music. Like, I didn't invent the wheel. Nobody's reinventing the wheel again. But it's good. Like, music is, I think it's been played. I think everything that it's possible to be played, it's done already. So I think the next step in creativity is how to combine that things that already exist and create something new out of it. So especially when I'm coming now, getting involved in electronic music, where especially drum and bass, where everything is a sample kind of base. Sample culture, you take somebody else's piece of work and create something new. Like, even on this album, there's millions of things that I sampled, my favorite records, sounds, other people I was recording, like millions of those kind of hidden Easter eggs that is probably going to take me like 3 years to explain. And it doesn't even matter, that's kind of my personal story, personal experience, personal aha moment. Anytime I'm going to listen to this album like 10 years down the road, for the listener probably doesn't even matter, But yeah, sampling is a very interesting thing. But yeah, it's all about combining new things. I like to combine genres as well. This is where combining influences comes from too, like different, Eastern or Western influences in terms of music. I think it's refreshing. I was worried a little bit, like whether this is going to be accepted over here, but then on the other side, as you said, like, yeah, there's probably not many people playing something like this, so there might be a curious ear to just give it a chance. So I'm okay. I'm happy the way it sounds, and that I think is the most important thing.
Awesome.
Once I'm happy with it and I really believe in what I work,
Mhm.
then I think there's nothing fake in there. So
That's
if
the most
somebody
important.
genuinely likes it, great. If not, it's a subjective experience, like hard feelings.
100%. Yeah. Do you do much? I guess before the quarantine, do you do much like, or did you like live stuff? DJing, I guess, was one thing, but did you do much of that? Was that, or was it more in the studio that you were focused?
Not a lot DJing.
Hmm.
Actually, like, are you asking me just for Bob or me as a musician
Oh,
in general?
I guess both. Yeah, because I didn't see any. I might have passed a live performance of yourself. I'm not sure if I might be mistaking it, but was that something that you did sort of before the
Well,
quarantine?
uh, yeah, like actually, I was kind of stuck working on this thing,
Mm.
so it was more studio work. Because it's only me and it's one man operation when I do like everything the full team of people are supposed to do. Of course, I'm not alone in this. Every single musician today is like doing the same thing. You're your own PR agent, your own musician,
Mm.
uh, your own studio owner, mix mastering engineer, whatever. Like there's lots of people who are doing that too. But it's time consuming. So I don't know. And end of last year, I was probably in the studio kind of working on that.
Mm.
Before that, yeah, I was playing, like when I started the band. This band was it was a band when we started. It was a
Mhm.
three-piece. We started
Oh,
about
okay. Mm.
2013, and it was experimental kind of vibe. Like it doesn't sound anything like it sounds today. Basically, I wanted to start a live drum and bass band, and I wanted to start exploring electronic music. I was totally new to that then. So it was three of us, like a guitar player with millions of guitar pedals, like two cases, a synth player, and myself on drums. And it was just evolving from there up to the point where is it now. We didn't release anything because I didn't believe in releases. I don't know, at that time. This was like
Mhm.
7 years ago. Because I'm a generation where one industry crashed, like the old school of how the things are done with labels and records and everything
Mhm.
else, and then the internet revolution. And I was somewhere in between where I spent lots of time learning the old model, and then shit, what's
Oh,
happening?
and
Okay,
then it's
learn the new
changed.
model.
Yeah.
Yeah, and somebody who's born like 10 or 15 years after me, they just are born in the new way, and of course,
That's what they know.
yeah, and that's like a little bit easier for them.
Mm.
So at that point, I didn't want to release anything. I just want to focus on live gigs and on the live videos. So like we released 3 videos before we had the first gig. Even we just released 3 songs. Each of us wrote a song, so that was kind of showcase. They actually were performing really well. Like all of them, like over I don't know 20, 30, 40, 50,000 views on YouTube, like in the early days. And then we got lots of gigs, lots of festivals, like all the top festivals in Ireland, and it was going really good. But then the way we were changing things, and again sampling culture, I actually made an album, 1 hour material, sampling Brazilian music, all the samba, bossa nova, all the cool stuff from the 60s, combining that with drum and bass. But I couldn't release that because I can't clear the samples. I was just using somebody else's song, like.
Mhm.
So that's not really. So basically, after a few years of working, like really busy on the live scene, just gigs and festivals, so everything high profile, big following as well.
Mm.
We didn't release anything, and then somebody likes you, the gig wants to check you online, and there's nothing new, nothing fresh.
Sure.
So there are things, but they're not representative of who we were as a band at a given point where they saw us. And this is where I kind of decided, okay, how about we start producing, So then we started doing some music videos, ended up where we're now. So basically, WOB is just me personally evolving as a musician in electronic music. So it changes shape and form, but it's pretty much the same thing. But live element is like a very big part of that. Like end of last year, I had a 4-piece band. We did Knockenstocken and a couple of festivals like that around the country. Electric Picnic, I don't know, Fantastival, I don't know, all the festivals, not many festivals in the country basically. But then from the start of this year, I decided to give it a go as a one-man show, because I do play a few instruments and I didn't want to I was playing drums mostly, and I just want to try myself out on stage by doing many things, you know. And then it's very hard from other people in a band to expect like a big commitment when they're playing songs that I produced, especially like at that period, because there was lots of songs, you know. We didn't have time to sit and write songs together. Like there's no problems with that. But then at the same time, I can't expect somebody to really be passionate about it the way I am, because I wrote the songs. And I was like, I'm just going to try to play keyboards, synths, guitar, bass, flute, I don't know, whatever, controlling even the visuals in real time while I'm doing and running around the stage.
Live.
So I had live, and I had a couple of gigs like that. Man. It was a great experience, like really sweaty and rewarding experience. So this was my kind of thing for this year, and I think I did like 3 gigs maybe or 4, and then the whole thing exploded, and I was like, okay, might as well finish the album then.
That's brilliant. I mean, that's fairly crazy. I never heard someone here kind of taking upon that sort of task where you're multitasking to that extent live as well. You know, I thought I had it hard, you know, multitasking this little podcast thing, but doing something like that on stage, I mean, sounds crazy. Do you have any footage of that?
I do. Mobile phone footage, nothing special. I can send it over to you.
Oh, please do. I'd love to send. I'd love to watch that. Should we play a song? I know you said you don't. Your sound doesn't work for live, but should we play a video or something maybe from yourself?
We can.
I can do it on my end
as well.
Oh, it's up to you. Yeah.
Do it in your end. Yeah. Let's play something. What do you want to play?
I don't know, man. There's a lot to choose from. There was. How about? Well, okay. Do you want me to pick it, or do you have something on your mind with regard to our conversation?
If you are you gonna pull it from YouTube or what? Like?
Yeah, I think I'll do a video maybe, because I've played the full. I actually extended my podcast last week. Was it last week or the week before? And played like 6 songs from your album.
Oh, thanks.
I just kept playing them because it was the end, and sometimes at the end I just don't feel like finishing. And there was a few people still on, and I was like, let's just listen to more of this album. So I feel maybe I would like to give somebody maybe a music video of yourself, because you have
do a music video if you want. You can play Higher. I mean, it's old stuff, but it's cool video, like recorded in April 2017 in Portugal, so it's kind of summery vibes. That's a collab with Eric Cody I did then, and sound wise, like the whole story I'm doing evolved a lot since. But yeah, I have a crazy story about that music video, so yeah.
Oh, great.
If you want.
If we get a story as well, that's always a bonus. Amazing. Yeah, so Higher feat Erica Cody. Okay, cool. Let's do it.
We'll
Awesome. Absolutely awesome. That was Wob with Higher featuring Erica Cody, and that was shot in the Algarve, I guess, yeah?
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
It's it's a lovely place. Like I figure out again, the thing we were talking earlier, trying to find your signature in music and stuff. I kind of noticed that in life in general, I really love summer, seaside, sunshine, and it always kind of drew me that direction. So I have a mini plan for the last, I don't know, few years. I really want to end up and settle somewhere, like get a house next to the beach, open next to the sea, like open a studio and create like a creative hub where all the musicians I ever encountered or artists, or basically all the good people, regardless of occupation, kind of create a creative hub where all of them are welcome to come and visit, chill out, and networking. I don't know, maybe create something or not. It doesn't matter. So that's my kind of plan for the next few years. I'm probably gonna head either to Spain or Portugal, because that's the closest from here.
Yeah.
And I played with so many people that and met so many creatives in my life, and I know that all of us need a little bit of escape from reality and from concrete and from clouds.
For sure, for so many reasons as well.
Yeah.
But that's beautiful. Yeah. So were you there for the video shoot? Were you for this song
Basically,
for Hire?
how that happened? It was so April. Like what are we now? March. Like so the weather is as miserable as it is now, and I get an email from Ryanair, like 20 euro flights to Portugal. I was like, hold on, if I bring a crew of 5-6 people, that's gonna be $100 for flights. So my creative brain started thinking. So I worked out the budget. I sourced out a film crew. Very intense work. Like within 1 month, I was even talking to local film crews and guys from here. So I interviewed a couple of people over here. It ended up being too corporate. Like, why don't we do it here? And then, again, everything messing up with my artistic vision. Basically, what I wanted to do was use the opportunity to create something that it's not that expensive to create. You can make a video that looks like, I don't know, tens of thousands of euro with a couple hundred euros, And I was like, I just want to do this. I want to do it over there because I want to do it like summer when it's actually summer right now. So I want to release a song over here before the summer, just because it feels cool,
Sure, yeah.
And I was talking to a couple of people, and then I had a meeting with Crook Gentlemen. Maybe you heard of them. They actually created like lots of amazing videos for lots of artists over here. And I like their attitude a lot. Like I just told them, look, this is what I want to do. What's your budget? Budget is like very kind of modest, cover expenses. I'll give you a few quid, and they're like, fuck yeah, we'll do it. And I was like, yes, I'll do that. Because I approached some companies. Yeah, we need like, I don't know, tens of thousands of euros to pull it off and stuff. And I was like, yeah, okay, fair enough. We need to pay, but I'm not a company. Like, I'm an artist trying to do something. And you're not that big, to be honest, as well. You're just living in a different kind of industry when you can milk corporations for money. So, like, how about we help each other out? And, all due respect to them, if that's the way they work, I have nothing against that. Just, I want to find somebody on my length wave. And I found the guys like Sean Ryan was like, fuck yeah, I'll come with you.
That's brilliant.
And
wow.
We went over there. It was like a great experience. Like I basically want to showcase how easy it is for anybody to just go over there and have a bit of fun, come back. The style of music is a little bit of kind of commercial side of pop. I kind of tried to do that. It's not produced by me. I still wasn't producing any music then.
Okay.
I mean, produced was production. I wrote the song with the guy who was playing in a band with me then, Steven. It was two of us. We wrote the song, but it's still kind of all the rock and roll kind of vibe. You create a song, but then you go to studio, somebody records you, mix for you, send it to mastering and stuff. But this is when I realized how you really need to understand electronic music in order to mix it and master it properly. And like it sounds okay. I still hear some mistakes that I would totally do differently, but this is why I decided, okay, I'm actually gonna sit, make myself a studio and start learning production. So basically from that moment when that video was recorded up to now, I was working like on my kind of production skills basically.
Okay,
So,
amazing. So the
what was
studio,
that, like 2 years, 3 years like.
3 years. So the studio's kind of a new thing for you. Like this, the studio you're in is your relatively newly built studio, right?
Yeah, relatively new, like I don't know, 3 years since then. And
Interesting, yeah.
because you know, like I have like I was when I moved over here in Ireland 2007, like I couldn't start creating music right away because I was well, I just came from a different, I don't know, different circuit of people, of influences, of everything, you know. So you can't just show up somewhere and start making music.
Like
you know?
it's a different mentality too, right?
Yeah,
And
you
social
need to
behaviors
you need to
and
figure
things.
out what's going on around you, you know. Like
You need to absorb.
yeah, we can move, like anybody from here can move to Germany, like everything is okay, but you can't just start a band, you know. You need to get familiar with surroundings, like how people think, talk.
Sure. The
Just
customs.
get the general vibe, you know. So I was playing in lots of punk bands and touring with lots of punk bands when I was in Serbia, touring like lots of gigs, and it kind of made sense with where my life there, you know, is very rebellion kind of music and songwriting and everything. Then I moved over here, and then I figured out there's no point of me starting a band. So I was like, I'm just gonna join a band and work as a session drummer. So I was working as a session drummer for I don't know, like it took me like good 4 or 5 years playing with other people until I really got the vibe and kind of felt free to maybe create something new and contribute to the society over here with to the community, basically, with whatever I have to bring to the table, you know. But I wasn't ready to do that before that point, because you kind of need to get familiar with the new place. So when I started that, obviously, then the whole session drumming took a break, but then the production side
increased or began.
Yeah, because you know, I started playing drums 20 years ago, so it's lots of years of drumming as well. You know, it just gets old. I want to do something. I mean, I still love drums. I still play drums, but you know, like it's cool to requalify yourself.
Oh, totally, man. No, I know what you mean.
Time,
yeah,
know, like
I'm the same, bro. I'm a drummer. You know, I'm drumming a little less than you, 14 years. And obviously with the quarantine, I'm not drumming anymore, you know. I've been in a lot of cover projects, you know, tribute projects and things here, you know, and I manage them all. But now, obviously, it's not happening. So I haven't touched the drums in, you know, whatever, 2 months.
Can you play in the place where you live?
No, I'm renting, and I have a neighbor right next to me, so they're lovely, but I can't, you know, obviously, out of respect, you can't be playing a loud instrument. It's a little bit disrespectful, you know.
Yeah.
So I used to, you know, when I was living in my original house. But yeah, poor neighbors, you know, have to suffer with that. You know, it's the loudest instrument you're ever going to play. Like, you know?
I know. I only find out about ear protection very late.
Yeah, me too, man. Me too. I don't think I ever wore ear protection because I never liked drowning out those frequencies, because you lose a little bit, you know, unless you buy maybe the expensive ones. But I never wanted to invest.
Just the time when I got used to it, I start playing electronic music and I'm playing to a click, so that goes down the drain.
Oh,
because you have the loudest tack.
Yeah, you have to. It probably deafens you more than the drum kit, right?
Yeah,
that
exactly.
High pitch frequency. What instrument did you start playing? Like, what was the instrument you begin? Did you begin with the drums or?
Well, a difficult question. Yeah, I suppose professionally drums. Yeah, but before that, I always had talent for like music and interest and everything. It just didn't work out. You know, the way it kind of works out with parents. Sometimes it goes backwards. You know. Sometimes you have supportive parents. Sometimes you have parents who want to complete their dreams through you, you know. So I want to play a violin when I was 3. And I was like, with my parents, we were in some kind of shop and I saw a violin on top shelf and I was like, yeah, give me this. My mom kind of wanted to go buy it. My dad was like, yeah, it's very expensive. What if he breaks it? And then, you know, like nothing is going to happen after that. So it didn't work out. Then he bought me a guitar for as a present for my sister, and she didn't have any interest. Then I started messing with the guitar, but like I again no teacher or no sense of how to do this. But I started soloing on one string by ear and started playing some songs. So guitar could be probably the first real instrument that I tried. But then I started going to gigs. I caught the first pair of drumsticks on some concert, drum sticks. So I had them. So it was, usual stuff, pots and pans and pillows. But smack everything around the house, and I started playing along with Metallica's, I don't know, album, like what, Master of Puppets, and did play. It was totally kind of shit. But with the time where I kind of start learning, I could see how I understood the songs and I can dissect the songs better. And then I started visualizing, because I still had never had a chance to go and sit on a proper drum kit, but I started visualizing how does it look like from the other end, So we're talking about time before internet, where you can't really Google and get an answer to any question. You need to figure out yourself. So I actually visualized everything, like the mechanism, how to close and open the hi-hat, the kick drum pedal, everything. The only thing I couldn't figure out was the snare stand. That was always like,
yeah.
How do you do this? Because it was hidden, anytime you watch a video, that's the only thing you can't really see.
Like the position, because it's kind of between your legs, right?
It's more like the mechanism, like the mechanics, the physics behind it, like how does he hold it? But it doesn't matter, But basically, I kind of figured everything out. And the first time I sat behind a drum kit, I could play a bit. So it was already there.
Oh, that's amazing! Yeah.
From there on, I could do rats. I could open the hi hat and everything.
Yeah.
And from there on, the more you play, the more you kind of learn, I suppose. And still love drums. They're the best instrument ever.
Yeah, for live, it's beautiful, isn't it? It's a beautiful form of expression when you're playing in front of people on the drum kit, right?
Yeah, and different dynamics that you can approach the drum kit with. Even not by using different tools like brushes or sticks, like even just having a pair of drumsticks, you can express yourself in so many different ways. And then, just by listening to some really kind of mellow songs or some really aggressive punk or metal, you get the idea when, you're a drummer, for other people who are not musicians. But and then just by hanging out with musicians, having access to other instruments like guitar, bass, harmonica, basically, I think if I lock myself in a room for about 2 weeks with an instrument, I can play it.
Yeah.
Same like foreign languages. Once you learn one, every next language is easier to learn, I suppose. And I think that applies to all of the musicians. I don't think I met a person who can play at least 2 or 3 instruments.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be really good. If you can find your way around it for a little bit, that's just enough.
There's a curiosity, I guess, with artistic people. They like to try a lot of things, and even if it mightn't resonate with them, I find that artistic people. I mean, I think somebody mentioned today. I don't know if it was you or because we're at the end of the show, so there's so much information being absorbed today. But that everybody obviously has artisticness to them. It's just it's like practicing, right? It's like repetitiveness, or it's like a tool that you use, just like conversation. You practice and you can get better at it. But art people that practice art regularly, music in whatever way, painting or music or anything that's kind of creative, they tend to have a more curiosity to things. They'll pick up different instruments or any just general curiosity, which is interesting. And I kind of like that. I like curious people.
But it works this way. Let's kind of break it down for people who are not musicians and who are watching this. Like art is a way to express your emotions, as I kind of mentioned earlier. Any form of art. Music, for me, is a way to express my emotions. So how can I tell a story if I'm not physically able to tell you? So I need to practice. So in terms of people who are not musicians, I think the easiest way to understand this is like you can express yourself by speaking. You can speak. But then you need to learn grammar. You need to learn the language first, then the grammar. Then you need to learn how to write. The better you get at those things, like a difference between me and you and a writer who can write, like, I don't know, poetry or books or something is probably different, because they were practicing that skill, and they can really express their emotion through words in a way. If you play music, the more you practice any instrument, you're just technically going to be better to express yourself into really fine detail. The more you practice, the more fine detail you're gonna be able to express to people. And I even figured out that's applicable in production as well. Because when I mention production, I don't mean production is a kind of like financial way where you kind of produce and source things. It's more like working, you being a composer and working with music software where you have a chance to really decompose everything to the finest detail and maybe to the sound design and mix that. So I figure out the more I got better at that, the more I can go into subtle details and really kind of tell a story by reducing something by half a decibel or pushing it forward and backward. Basically, when I'm creating a song, you know, you have your close your eyes, you have your left and right, but then how to create the depth, the third kind of dimension space, you know, by placing something really close in your face or further away. So you're actually creating a 3D space around you, filled with sounds. Close your eyes and you can actually see everything moving, coming to you or away from you. And it's an interesting way to express, and this is why I really got into production. It's a totally new way for me to express myself, and it's really cool because I'm not good at it as I'm good at drums. So I like a little bit of a challenge. So it just challenged me to learn more and more. Not that I learned everything I could on drums, but you know, you just got old at one point. You know.
Yeah,
a bit more interesting. You know.
It can be like chapters as well in our lives. As long as there's some form of like expression, it's quite healthy. And I'm glad you mentioned as well for people as well, of course, that are not or wouldn't consider themselves to be creative or musicians. I mean, all it does take is to pick up something, you know, whatever it is, and just to let it go naturally, you know, whatever it is. If it's you buy a canvas and just start painting with no intention almost, or you pick up a guitar and just start strumming a little bit at the start, and then you can get all technical, you know.
Yeah.
The start is always difficult to actually go out and first take that first step sometimes, right? It depends, you know, what kind of person you are, of course. But yeah, it's very
natural. I believe that everybody has or have talent for something.
For sure.
You know, regardless, it doesn't have to be art, but at the same time, everything is art. You know, you expressing yourself is art. You can be creative in the kitchen by making some food. You can be creative by talking to people, like millions of things.
I think we we have you back. We lost your video for a second.
Sorry, that's just me. I was experimenting. I'm a half man, half experiment. I'm actually using my mobile phone.
Oh, you're using it as a camera, yeah.
And I downloaded an app, and it's misbehaving now and then. So I'm sorry if I'm glitching.
That's okay. Yeah. Can I could talk to you for quite a while, Jolly. It's been a pleasure talking to you, man. Is there anything you'd like to close off on before we finish? Because we could talk for another 5 hours, to be honest. But maybe we'll leave it. We could do a separate segment down the line.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm first going to try to fix my camera.
And guys at home, if you have any questions for us as well, do send them in. Don't be shy. You can communicate with us. And if you have any questions for Jolly or myself, you're more than welcome to ask us.
I've nothing special to say. You know, I'd like to thank you for calling me. Really enjoyed the conversation with you. I'd like to thank everybody who were watching and listening to us. I don't know, like you can enjoy yourself while you still can. I don't know, like in terms of situation where we are now in with this lockdown and stuff. Stay positive. Don't think that you're missing out on anything. You're not missing out on anything. This is probably just a good time to reflect back and change your routine a little bit. Like I noticed when this happened, I actually had a chance to connect with lots of people that I didn't have a chance to connect before because all of us were so busy and like self-focused and stuff. So I don't know, I see this as a positive experience, you know. So
awesome. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. I think it's definitely good to look at the positive And I know at the beginning it might have been quite shocking for a lot of people, you know, because it's something that we've never had to face in the modern world. But I think people have kind of found, you know, found sort of an acceptance in sort of the reality we have now, how temporary it may be, which it has to be temporary, right? This is not going to last forever. But there is a silver lining to everything, and it's great to have musicians and artistic people expressing themselves through the online technology that we've been, you know, we were lucky to have, right? So it's awesome. And you released your album at the most perfect time, I think, you know, to keep people entertained.
Yeah,
a little bit.
it was a good chance to like circle back, finish it, release. In terms of that album, I'm actually working on a collaboration with well, yeah, that's actually interesting thing in relation to the album and COVID. So got approached by one guy who lives in Kerry. He's a film producer, and he is limited with options to work at the moment, you know, because you can't work with people, you can't travel. So we are kind of remotely working on a music video for one of the songs from the album.
Awesome.
Sort some local actors, figure out. Actually, he threw down a really good concept, which kind of works with the whole idea of the album. So that's basically the next thing you can expect.
Oh, brilliant! That's the next thing coming out from you. Is there an ETA, an expected sort of release date?
Few weeks, maybe less than a month, something like that.
Perfect, brother. Listen,
still keeping productive, still staying true to my core of collaborating with other people, you know. So there you go, I'm collaborating with a filmmaker from Kerry.
Amazing. Listen, Jolly, it's been an absolute pleasure getting to know you, chatting to you, and I look forward to hopefully, meeting you in the physical world sooner than later.
Likewise, yeah. Thank you so much for calling me. Thanks to everybody for listening, and yeah, I'll speak to you soon.
Awesome, brother. Take care of yourself. See you.
Take care. Thank you.
All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in and staying tuned in, or anybody that just tuned in recently. That was my conversation with Jolly Wob, Wob with an exclamation mark, and you can find him on Facebook, YouTube, some of his fantastic music videos, some which have been used by some pretty big names, and his music is quite interesting, and I resonate with it really well. I think it's really, really cool music. Nostos, his album, which was released only about 2 weeks ago, I think, was album of the week for us last week. Paul Archibald reviewed it, so I definitely recommend you guys to check that out. So how are you guys doing out there? Is there anybody out there? We have a couple of yous on YouTube and Facebook. I hope yous are doing well. Let me know if you're enjoying the show. We are coming to the end. Yeah, it's crazy how fast these shows go. We've had an amazing bunch of guests. Really delved into some great topics there, which is it seems to be turning out what this show is about, really. You know, it's not ultimately an interview, although it can turn out to be one, which is absolutely fine too. But it's really about sort of getting to the core of the people that I'm inviting onto the show, and trying to find something that's a bit of depth, you know, which is what I love. So Rebecca, great show. Thank you, Rebecca, for staying tuned in with us. How's the weather down in Waterford, by the way? Because it looks very temperamental here today. So I know you like to chill out the back garden and listen to this. So I hope you're getting a bit of sunshine. Yeah, just want to give a shout out to Fires, Alexi and Michael, our first guest on the show. Comedian Jamie J. Carr, second guest, had a great laugh with him. Kevin Casey, singer-songwriter, 2 kilometers away from my gaff. And then to close off, we had the awesome Jolly Wob. Great to meet him as well. And most of these, actually, majority, I have just met for the very first time. So it's funny, I'm actually getting to know people a lot more, and with greater depth, it seems, you know, because sometimes you just don't have time to have a conversation with somebody when you meet them in a bar, or meet them in town, or run into them and you have a quick chat. Everyone's so busy, so it feels like you really get the chance to get to know somebody. Everything's slowed down a little bit more. It's a lot more chill, so I'm really enjoying these kind of chats. I hope you guys are too. Don't go. I've got one more band to play for you, and then I'll let you go. And then I'm going to let you know about what's happening for the next. We have 2 shows this week coming up. I've got a show on Monday and a show on Wednesday, so stay there for a couple of seconds while I tell you what the plan is. But before I tell you that, Yes, yes. There's one very, very important thing. I'm going to play a music video by the awesome Vernon Jane. Yeah, they're a jazz punk collective, and they're known for their raw, unhinged, and powerful live performances. They've been said to create a feeling that not many Irish bands on the live or festival circuit can match. Yeah, the Thin Air said Vernon Jane are here to kick the living daylights out of you and your loved ones and teach you a lesson while you're at it. Yeah, so the Ritual of Lovemaking, their recent, their debut album, features 12 unique songs that take you on an emotional journey. It's a fantastic album, and the song I'm going to play for you today is Over. So yeah, check this out. They're actually a fantastic band, and they're going to join us next week as well.
There's no closure. I know it's over. But there ain't no getting over you. And can we just pretend? Slave to your bed, slave to your bed. Stay till the morning, stay till the morning. Are you brave enough to take my hand? Don't say that you're leaving for me. Don't say that you know what I need. Are you brave enough to take my hand? Don't say that you're leaving for me. Don't say that you know what I need. Don't say that you're leaving for me. Don't say that you know what I need. Are you brave enough to take my hand? Don't say that you're leaving for me. Don't say that you know what I need. Know what
Yeah, the awesome Vernon Jane with their song Over, and that is from their recent album. Just I think it was just released this year, I believe. And yeah, they will be on our show next week. That album is called The Ritual of Lovemaking, and I highly recommend you check that out on Spotify. And they have 12 tracks on that album as well. Guys, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for staying tuned in. Thanks for enjoying the show. Thanks for communicating with us. I've had a fantastic, I keep saying we, as if there's a production team behind me. I don't think there is. But I've had a fantastic time today talking to our guests. So yeah, just to let you know, I'll be on Monday doing a show. I haven't figured out the time yet. I think it might be at an evening show, possibly at 5 o'clock. I think I'm starting. I will send you some information anyway through Facebook. Is kind of where I do a lot of my Facebook and Instagram is where I'm doing the promotion for an upcoming show. Unfortunately, YouTube, I haven't figured out how to do like the advanced notification of a live show, but I think it's probably easier done than said, if you will. But yeah, I'm going to be interviewing Eric Jorgensen, I believe. Sorry, brother. Who's a director in LA, a director and a writer in LA. So we're going to get a little bit of an insight into the LA film industry. And we've also got Karen Cobb, who is a life coach, and she's a singer as well, also based in LA. So we're going to have almost like an LA edition of deMars Entertainment or deMars Radio on Monday. So we're going to get a little bit of an insight into the entertainment industry there for a little bit of a change, so we can compare and sort of see what's different. You know, that's what curiosity is really one of the things that gets me, you know, that defines me, I think, you know, as a person. So I'm really excited to get to know the scene over there. And also on Wednesday, we've got a great show as well, which will be quite similar to today's with regard to the structure. I've removed the initial sort of 40-minute playlist where I play pre-recorded songs. I'm going to bring on our guests a little bit sooner. And the method seems to be working quite well. I've enjoyed it. I thought I would have been a little bit shorter today. I thought I would have got finished at 5. But it's very easy to get carried away with conversations, especially when the guests are so interesting. So, look, it doesn't bother me anyway going on for this long. A little bit of feedback now and then from you guys as well would be awesome. You know, let me know how you're experiencing the show. I know it can be quite, you know, you pop in for a little bit and then you pop out, which is absolutely fine with me. Maybe it might be better to sort of give a more specific timetable coming up to the show and when a guest is on. Perhaps that would make it easier for you guys. For that kind of advice or that kind of constructive criticism would be fantastic. I'm only doing this for 5 weeks, so you know, still early days, and I'm looking forward to continually doing it because I'm having a lot of fun. So guys, I'll see you all, I'll see most of you hopefully on Monday at 5 p.m. and I will post up an event page and send that on the social networks. Let me think, did I forget anything? I don't think so, but do hit the subscribe button on YouTube, please. You know, give a subscribe, give us a share on Facebook. What else do we have? We're on other networks, Twitch, we're on Mixcloud, and we're on Mixer, which I don't think anybody seems to be using, so I might replace that with a different social networking live streaming site. If anybody has a preference on what kind of site they might want live streaming where it's not happening, do let me know and I will look into it and see if it's possible to live stream there. Have a great weekend, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure doing the show for you today, and yeah, I'll see you all on Monday.